one night, my map said 20 minutes faster and led me to a crash so perfectly staged, I realized I wasn't supposed to rescue anyone. I was the one they were waiting for. I am not sending this to the police. I tried that already. I am sending this to you. To whatever stranger is listening with the lights off, letting some horror channel keep them company. My name does not matter. What matters is that I still drive that same stretch of interstate every week for work, and I still cannot look at the words "faster route available" on my phone without feeling my stomach drop. Right now, while you are listening to this, I am sitting alone in my kitchen in Albuquerque. It is just after midnight. The rest of the apartment building is quiet in that way that feels artificial, like someone pressed pause on the world. The only sounds in here are the soft hum of the refrigerator, the low rush of the central air through the vent over my head, and this cheap wall clock ticking above the sink. Every once in a while, a car rolls past outside, and its headlights slide across the blinds for half a second, then disappear. That is it. No thunder, no sirens, no drama. Just a tired guy in a small apartment, staring at a glowing screen and trying to put into words the one night I should have died on a road that technically does not exist. 5 years ago, I was driving back from California, from this little desert town you have probably never heard of, doing something completely normal. I had a pickup full of boxes, a new job waiting in New Mexico, and a navigation app telling me exactly when I would get home. I was not drunk. I was not exhausted. I was not chasing ghosts or looking for trouble. I was just another person on another American road, watching the sun go down in my windshield and listening to some forgettable talk radio about football. If you have ever driven long distance, you know the feeling. The way the world narrows down to the dashboard, the double yellow line, and whatever your GPS tells you to do next. Stay en route for 97 miles. Use the right lane to take the exit. You stop really thinking about where you are. You just trust the voice. You trust the little blue line. That night, somewhere between the last gas station in California and the nothingness of western New Mexico, that blue line suggested a shortcut, a gray little road out in the desert with a tiny note underneath. 20 minutes faster. It was late, and I wanted my own bed. That is all it took. I tapped yes without thinking, like I had done 100 times before. The app recalculated, the line shifted, and the voice told me to take the next exit. No warning, no red text. No, are you sure you want to drive into a place where there are no cameras, no houses, no witnesses, and no one who will ever be able to prove what you saw? If you still trust your map more than your gut, keep listening, because that shortcut did not save me any time. It took something else from me instead, and it started with 2 bodies lying face down in the middle of a dark road, waiting for someone like me to care enough to stop. 1.1. Writing. This down in my kitchen. I am not sending this to the police. I am sending it to you. You, being whatever horror channel ends up reading this out loud at 2 in the morning to people who should probably be asleep. I am not writing my full name, and I am not going to tell you exactly which company I work for. None of that matters. What matters is that I am in my mid-30s. I live in Albuquerque. I work in logistics and IT, and I spend more hours than I care to admit on American highways, alone, with nothing but a GPS voice and a dashboard for company. Right now, as I type this, it is a little after midnight. I am sitting at the small dining table that is technically in my kitchen, but really just bleeds into the rest of my one-bedroom apartment. The only light on is the laptop screen in front of me and the weak yellow bulb over the sink. The blinds over the sliding door to my balcony are half closed, so every time a car goes past on the street below, a strip of headlights slides across the wall and disappears again. The apartment building is not empty. I know my upstairs neighbor is home because I heard his TV earlier. Some reality show with canned laughter. I know the couple across the hall came back from a late dinner because I heard their door close, the deadbolt click, their voices muffled through the wall. There is Wi-Fi, Uber drivers coming and going, food delivery, people scrolling through their phones in bed. This is not a cabin in the woods. This is not a lonely farmhouse in the middle of nowhere. And yet, sitting here, it feels exactly like nowhere. All I can hear in my kitchen is the soft hum of the refrigerator behind me, the low rush of the central air through the vent above my head, and the steady, dry tick, tick, tick of the cheap wall clock over the sink. Every few minutes, the refrigerator compressor cuts off with a faint shudder, and the room gets just a little bit quieter. Then it kicks back on again with a faint rattle in the back panel, like something tapping politely to be let out. If you have ever lived alone, you know how loud small sounds can get when there is nothing else to cover them. The building settling, someone walking down the hallway outside, a car door slamming in the lot, the thin glass in the kitchen window buzzing for half a second when a truck goes past. Most people get used to it. They stop noticing. I did once, not anymore. Because those tiny, harmless sounds are the only thing standing between me and the memory of a night when there was nothing. No fridge, no AC, no distant neighbors, no buildings at all. Just my engine, my own breathing, and a stretch of blacktop in the desert that, as far as the official record seems to care, does not even exist. I work for a company that ships things. I am one of those guys whose job lives halfway between a computer screen and the highway. Most weeks, that looks like me in an office, adjusting routes, staring at spreadsheets, listening to the low drone of fluorescent lights, printers, and the coffee machine that never stops gurgling. But once in a while, when there is a screw-up or an urgent run, I am the one they send in a company truck to fix it. That means late nights, long drives, and a lot of trust in the little blue line on my phone. I used to trust it completely. Fastest route, it would say, and I would take it. No questions, no second thoughts. It was an equation. Fewer minutes, more sleep. More time at home, more life. Now, every time that banner pops up at the top of the screen, a faster route is available. I feel a tight little knot form just under my ribs. I have tried to explain what happened out there as a lot of things. Maybe it was some kind of organized robbery ring, setting up fake accidents and waiting for good Samaritans to pull over. Maybe it was a cult. Maybe it was just a group of psychos who discovered a way to turn people's compassion into a weapon. I do not know. I am not a detective. I am not an FBI profiler. I am just the idiot who did not stop. What I know, with the kind of certainty that does not come from imagination, is that it was not a normal car crash. Normal car crashes leave glass on the road. They leave skid marks where someone tried to brake too late. They come with noise, the hiss of steam, the pop of a damaged tire, someone crying or yelling for help. And when emergency crews show up, they log them, photograph them, write them down. There is proof afterward. Something happened here. Out there, on that shortcut between California and New Mexico, I watched something happen that apparently left nothing behind. The police say they found no disabled vehicle, no debris, no sign of an impact. My dash cam, which recorded every boring mile before and after, somehow skipped the exact minutes when I slowed down and rolled past two bodies lying face down in the road. There is no report, no official timestamp, no mile marker, just my memory of perfectly staged chaos and the way those bodies moved when they thought I was too far away to see. I do not like silence anymore. Not real silence. Not the kind that exists outside city limits. Sitting here, I cling to the small, repetitive noises of my apartment like lifelines. The clock ticking. The refrigerator's low, cyclical groan. The occasional whoosh of a car passing by on the wet pavement down below. Every time they all stop at once, when the compressor shuts off and no one is driving by, and the AC cycle pauses, a little part of me is back there, with my hands on the wheel, listening to nothing and realizing that nothing can be the loudest sound in the world. That is why I'm writing this in my kitchen instead of a therapist's office or a police station. I already tried talking to a cop. He was polite. He listened. He made a note. But there are no pictures, no other witnesses, no convenient time-stamped digital proof that anything out of the ordinary happened that night. To him, it was just another weird call from a tired driver on a long road. To me, it was the moment I realized some roads are not just about getting from point A to point B. Some roads are about finding out what kind of person you are when you see something you cannot explain lying in your path and have to decide in a few seconds whether you're going to be the one who stops. You can decide later whether you think I made the right choice. The only reason I am still around to type this is because I did not pull over that night. I know that sounds selfish, cowardly even. I have replayed it 1,000 times in my head, trying to imagine what would have happened if I had hit the brakes, thrown the truck in park, and run out into the dark with my phone in my hand and my guard down. Sometimes, in those imaginary versions, I save someone. Most of the time, I do not make it back to the truck. What I am sure of is that something on that road needed me to stop. It needed me to get out, to open my door, to step into its little stage. When I rolled past and kept going, it watched me, and it learned something about me. I am not sure I like what that is. Here is the part that might bother you more than anything else I have said. I still drive that interstate every week for work. I still pass the exit that would take me back toward that shortcut. I see the sign, the faded green metal with the white letters, every time. The GPS still tries, once in a while, to steer me toward smaller roads when traffic is bad or there is construction. It still offers those little tempting banners at the top of the map. Save 18 minutes on your route. Faster route available. And every single time, without fail, I reach up with my thumb and tap no. I do not click fastest route anymore. Not ever. 1.2, a shortcut I shouldn't have taken 5 years ago. This was just another move. No curses, no ominous music, no sense that anything was waiting for me out there. Just a hot afternoon in 29 Palms, a beat-up pickup truck, and too many cardboard boxes full of a life I was more than ready to leave behind. If you have never been to 29 Palms, imagine a place the sun seems personally offended by. The kind of dry heat that makes your eyelids feel dusty, sand, and rock, and low, scrubby plants. Blocks of small houses that all look like they were built from the same kit. and the constant sense that everything is a little too close to the Marine base to ever feel like a real town of its own. I had a second-floor apartment in a building that always smelled faintly like someone else's dinner and industrial cleaner. That morning, the stairwell stank of sweat, cardboard, and whatever had spilled in the hallway and never properly dried. I made trip after trip down those stairs, carrying boxes, duffel bags, trash bags full of clothes I should have thrown away years ago. The sun baked the concrete. The metal of the truck's door handle was hot enough to make me jerk my hand back the first time I touched it. My t-shirt stuck to my back. There was a slick, chemical taste in my mouth from the fast food breakfast I had inhaled on the floor of my empty living room. Hash browns, cold by the time I finished them. Coffee that tasted like burnt plastic. It was all so normal it hurt. I had already done the paperwork for the new job in Albuquerque. Logistics and IT. Less glory than my old life. More stability. No one shooting at me. No more convoy briefs under buzzing fluorescent lights. Talking about what to do if a car blocks the road or a pile of trash suddenly looks too symmetrical. Over there, on dusty roads that did not show up correctly on any map, we were taught to trust our gut more than the little dots and lines on a screen. Out here, back in the States, that same gut got me labeled paranoid more than once. When I first got out, I jumped every time a car braked too fast in front of me. I avoided parking lots with too few exits. I memorized where the fire doors were in movie theaters. Anytime someone mentioned a shortcut, my shoulders would tense before my brain could tell me to relax. People noticed. A couple of times, somebody would joke, "Relax, man, you're not overseas anymore." And everybody would laugh, and I would force myself to laugh too. After a while, I got tired of being the guy who always saw angles and choke points. I decided I was going to be rational, logical. I was going to trust infrastructure and technology and all the things civilians trust without thinking about it. Roads here are maintained. Accidents are accidents. Bad things mostly happen on TV. That is what I told myself, over and over, until my own training started to sound like superstition in my head. By the time the last box was wedged into the back of the pickup, and I slammed the tailgate closed, the sun had shifted just enough to throw long, thin shadows across the parking lot. My shirt was damp. There was a ring of salt drying on the brim of my ball cap. I locked the apartment door, dropped the key through the little slot for the landlord, and stood for a moment in the empty stairwell, listening to the worn carpet creak under my boots. There was nothing dramatic about leaving. No sad farewell. Just the sound of my own footsteps, the buzz of a broken fluorescent tube in the foyer, and the dull thump of my truck door closing. I hit the highway with the windows cracked to let out the heat, the AC wheezing in protest as it tried to catch up. The sky was cloudless, a high, washed-out blue that made the desert look like someone had turned the saturation down on the world. Wind shoved at the side of the truck, bringing in the smell of hot asphalt and distant dust. I drove until my eyes started to feel grainy again, and the fast food coffee I had chugged hours earlier turned to acid in my stomach. Somewhere east of town, when the signs for the next gas station started to look more and more sparse, I pulled into a place that barely deserved the name. It was one of those old roadside stations that look like they have been there since the 70s and have not enjoyed a deep clean since. Two pumps out front, their digital displays dim behind scratched plastic. The canopy overhead buzzed with tired fluorescent strips, one of them flickering in a slow, stuttering pattern that made my eyes twitch if I looked at it too long. The pavement around the pumps was stained with overlapping circles of old fuel spills and oil leaks, dark ghosts of cars and trucks long gone. Inside, the air hit me in the face, too cold, almost wet. The AC unit in the back corner rattled and wheezed like it had a smoker's cough. The floor was tile, technically, but years of grime and cheap mopping solution had left it with a faint tackiness. My boots made a soft, unpleasant sound with each step, like they were peeling up from flypaper. The smell was a cocktail only a highway gas station could produce. Gasoline seeping in from outside, salt and artificial cheese from the rack of chips, something sour and meaty from the roller grill, where shriveled hot dogs rotated under a heat lamp that hummed softly. Somewhere between all that was a thin thread of industrial cleaner and whatever air freshener they had clipped to the bathroom door. A cooler along one wall hummed and thumped, its fan kicking on and off with a grumble. Rows of bottled water, sodas, and energy drinks stared out at me through fogged glass. The scanner at the counter beeped sharply every time the cashier rang up another customer's cigarettes or scratch-off tickets. The door behind me slid closed with a pneumatic hiss and a polite electronic beep as it reset. There was only one other customer, a guy in a reflective vest paying for gas, and the woman behind the counter. She was older, maybe late 50s, early 60s, weathered in the way people get when they have spent more years under harsh sun than under fluorescent office lights. Her gray hair was pulled back into a loose braid. Her name tag said Carol in faded letters. She watched me as I walked the aisles, picking up a bottle of water, a lukewarm coffee in a foam cup, and a bag of chips I was not really hungry for. When I set everything down on the counter, she glanced past me, out through the glass to where my truck sat at the pump, and her eyes lingered on the license plate. "You heading east this late?" she asked, scanning the barcode on the water. Beep. Her voice was casual, but there was something under it. Not quite concern, not quite curiosity. A tone I recognized, but could not immediately place. "Yeah," I said. "New Mexico. Albuquerque." She nodded slowly, as if that confirmed something she had already guessed. The AC rattled, spit out a fresh breath of chemically cold air. The automatic door behind me slid open for a second, letting in a brief wedge of dry heat and sunlight as the guy in the reflective vest left, then closed again with its little beep. Carol reached under the counter, pulled out an old smartphone with a cracked screen, and tapped at it with one finger. She angled it so I could see. It was a map app, zoomed out over a patch of desert, lines of highway and thinner gray roads threading across pale nothing. "Maps will tell you to take County Road 17, she said, tapping one of the thin gray lines. "Locals don't." I looked at the screen, then at her, waiting for the joke. Maybe it was a construction thing. Maybe the road was washed out. Maybe this was her version of local color, the way some places have legends about haunted bridges or hitchhikers in white dresses. "What's wrong with it?" I asked, forcing a half smile. She shrugged, eyes already dropping back to my items. The scanner chirped again. Beep. "Gets dark out there," she said. "No shoulder, no lights. You break down, you're on your own. Folks stick to the main road. It's a few minutes longer, but they get where they're going." She said it in the same tone you might use to say, "Road floods in the spring," or "Watch out for deer." Practical, unemotional. Still, the way she did not quite meet my eyes bothered me more than I wanted to admit. I told myself she was just one of those people who did not like change, who did not trust apps and algorithms. The kind who would rather drive the same way they have always driven than shave off 15 minutes with a piece of software. "I'll keep that in mind," I said. She handed me my change, coins clinking softly on the counter. The AC coughed. The automatic door opened for an invisible draft, then shut again with its soft beep. On my way out, the smell of gasoline hit me harder. I filled the tank, watching numbers roll up on the pump, the nozzle clicking rhythmically as the fuel flowed. The flickering light overhead buzzed in a way that made the back of my neck itch. Somewhere inside, the scanner kept up its random bip-bip as Carol rang up something for someone else. When I climbed back into the truck, the seat was hot again. The steering wheel burned my palms for a second before the AC kicked in. I set the coffee in the cup holder, balanced the bag of chips on the passenger seat, and pulled my phone from the dash mount. I opened the Maps app. The familiar blue dot pulsed over a pale yellow patch of desert. A thick highway line stretched east and west. As I watched, a gray banner slid down from the top of the screen, cheerful and helpful. Fastest route available. Save 22 minutes via State Route 117, County ARD 17. I stared at the number for a second. 17. The same number Carol had tapped on her cracked screen. The app highlighted the path. Off the main highway, down a thinner road that cut a straighter line through the blank space before joining another major route closer to the state line. On paper, it made sense. Fewer curves, less distance, time saved. I could almost hear some developer's voice in my head, proud of the algorithm. "Maps will tell you to take County Road 17, she had said. "Locals don't." The rational part of me, the part that had been working so hard to drown out years of training and gut instinct, rolled its eyes. Of course she did not like it. Of course she would rather crawl along the same old road than trust a satellite and some code. People love their little superstitions. I told myself that I was not going to be that person. I was not going to let a stranger's vague warning about a nameless county road dictate my choices. This was just a tool, a route, a way to get home faster. My thumb hovered for half a second. Then I tapped Start. The little blue arrow spun, reoriented itself toward the thin gray line. I pulled out of the gas station, leaving the buzzing neon and the tacky tile and Carol's cracked screen map behind me, and followed my phone's voice toward a shortcut I should never have taken. 153, desert. At night is not empty. There is a moment on any long drive when the day does not so much end as fade out. The sky to the west went from hard blue to something softer while I was still on the main highway. The sun slid down behind a line of distant hills, turning into a flattened orange coin hanging just above the horizon, bleeding color into the clouds that were barely there. By the time I followed the GPS's calm instruction to leave the interstate and take the exit towards State Route 117, that orange had thinned out to a red smear. The world outside my windshield shifted from hot and flat to something that looked almost painted, like someone had dragged a brush of purple and gray across the edges of the desert. I drove straight into the empty. The shortcut road was narrower than the interstate, the asphalt older, the painted lines more faded. It felt less like a highway and more like a scar in the landscape. There were no more sound walls, no more chain-link fences, no more signs telling me which fast food exit was coming up next. Just two lanes, one for each direction, with nothing on either side but scrub and rock, and the occasional clump of grass tough enough to survive out there. The horizon glow behind me cooled from red to a sickly orange, then to a dull, bruised purple. Ahead of me, the sky thickened toward black. My headlights carved out a narrow white gold tunnel in front of the truck, and the rest of the world simply fell away. The radio kept me company at first, some sports talk show out of Phoenix. Two guys arguing about a quarterback's stats like it mattered. Their voices filled the cab, casual and confident and utterly convinced that the only things worth worrying about in the world were trades and playoffs and who deserved a bigger contract. A commercial break hit. An over-cheerful woman started explaining the benefits of some auto insurance policy in a voice tuned to make you feel like an idiot if you did not already have it. I glanced down at the dash, adjusted the AC, took a sip of coffee that had gone lukewarm and bitter. When I looked back up, the last of the color on the horizon was gone. The desert was no longer a place I could see. It was just a black weight pressing against the glass. The further I went, the more I became aware of what I was not seeing. No houses, no porch lights in the distance, no gas station signs throwing white and red halos up into the sky, no reflective billboards nagging me about injury lawyers or fast food combos or Jesus. The road shrugged off civilization like a coat and left me standing there without it. The only things in my world were the faded double yellow line in the center, the white edge lines on either side, and the steady hum of my own engine. The truck's headlights picked out the cracks and patches in the asphalt, the occasional pale scuttle of something small darting back into the brush. The beam would catch the eyes of some night animal, a brief twin-point reflection like a pair of dull coins, and then they would vanish again as quickly as they appeared. Wind slid through the loose seals around the windows with a low hiss, changing pitch slightly as my speed crept up or dropped a few miles an hour. Every now and then, a small stone or chunk of something kicked up by the tires would ping against the underside of the truck with a sharp, hollow little tick. The rumble strip at the edge of the lane growled under me once when I drifted half a tire's width too far right while checking my mirrors, making my teeth buzz for a second before I corrected the wheel. I have spent time on roads where being this alone meant you were in serious trouble. Out there, a roadside that looked too empty was an ambush waiting to happen. A car stopped in the middle of nowhere with its hood up was not a mechanical problem. It was bait. A piece of trash that had not moved in days might hide something that could turn your vehicle into shrapnel. It was drilled into us over and over. Anything in the road that did not make sense was a threat until proven otherwise. I remembered briefing rooms that smelled like sweat and dust and burnt coffee, PowerPoint slides with grainy photos of twisted metal and craters, instructors pointing with laser pens. Look at the placement. Look how it forces you to slow down. Look how it directs your attention. I remembered the way we would drive with our shoulders tensed and our eyes constantly moving. Mirrors, roadside, rooftops, windows. Never just looking at what was directly in front of us, because that was what they wanted you to do. This is not Afghanistan, I told myself quietly, fingers tightening for a moment on the steering wheel. This is just New Mexico. It sounded stupid even inside my own head, like I was trying to talk down a nervous kid instead of myself. It did not help that if you took the place names away, swapped out the signs in English for something else, and replaced the distant city glow with nothing at all, the emptiness out here felt very familiar. The sports talk show began to crackle. At first, it was just a little hiss around the edges of the hosts' voices, like static trying to bleed in. Then one of them stretched out into a warped echo mid-sentence, the signal pulling thin, and their debate about someone's passing yard stats dissolved completely into white noise. A choir of hissing and popping filled the truck instead, rising and falling in uneven waves. I turned the volume down. The static retreated to a low, agitated whisper beneath the other sounds of the cab. I flicked through stations with my thumb, but everything out here was either talk radio turned to mush or empty bands of dead air. Eventually, I shut the radio off completely. For a second, the silence pressed in, heavy and uncomfortable, until I became aware of the smaller noises again. The wind, the engine, the faint squeak of the accelerator pedal under my foot, the faint rattle in the passenger side door panel. Alone is not quiet. Alone is just missing all the sounds you are used to ignoring. The road went on. My phone, still mounted on the dash, glowed faintly with the map. The little arrow scraped its way along the gray line, far from any named town. The next turn was miles away. The blue dot looked like an insect caught crawling across a blank page. That was when I saw the first strange thing. There, off to the right side of the road, where there should have been nothing but scrub and sand, stood a stop sign. Just the red octagon and the metal pole, leaning slightly, the reflective paint, dull and pitted. It loomed up out of the darkness in my headlights, planted at the edge of a dirt track that did not appear on my map, pointing to nowhere. No cross street, no intersection, no reason for it to be there at all. The word stop flashed back at me for less than a second before it slid past the passenger window and vanished into the dark behind me. There were dark blotches on the sign. At first I thought they were rust. Then the mental image of Carol's phone flashed in my head. The way her finger had tapped County Road 17, and I realized they were circular, grouped. The kind of marks that looked too much like bullet holes to be anything else. Just target practice, I muttered, mostly to prove to myself that my voice still worked. Bored kids, hunters screwing around. The truck rolled on. A few miles later, there was another oddity, the hulking silhouette of a truck, not moving, well off the road on the left-hand side. Not a pickup like mine. Something bigger. A box truck, maybe, or an older delivery rig. It sat at an angle. One side dipped deeper than the other, like it had sagged into soft ground long ago and never bothered to climb back out. No hazard lights, no reflective triangles, no tape shining in my headlights. The cab door hung slightly open, just enough that I could see the gap as I came up on it, a slice of deeper darkness against the dark. There were no plates on the back, where they should have been. There was only a blank rectangle of metal, cleaner than the rest of the truck, as if something had been deliberately removed not all that long ago. As my headlights washed over it, the radio, which I had left off, crackled to life for half a heartbeat, a burst of static like an exhale, then went dead again. It was so quick I could have imagined it. The hair on my arm stood up anyway. I swallowed, flexed my fingers on the wheel, and told myself a much more reasonable story. The truck had broken down, been stripped for parts, and left to rot. The road out here was just that. Rough, underused, off the main drag. Signs got shot. Vehicles got abandoned. People did weird things. None of it meant anything. But in the dark, logic and unease do not always weight the same. Miles blurred into each other. The road rose and fell gently, curved just enough now and then to stop me from zoning out completely. The rumble strip grumbled under my tires once more when my attention wandered, the steering wheel trembling in my hands as if to scold me. Tiny rocks and debris clinked and pinged under the chassis in restless, random rhythm. When I sped up, the wind's voice around the cab shifted from a low murmur to a higher, insistent hiss, like someone talking just out of earshot. Time got slippery. I could not have told you if I had been on that road for 20 minutes or an hour. The map said I was making progress. The darkness outside said I was moving through the same place over and over again. Then up ahead, the darkness changed. It started as the faintest smear on the surface of the road, a suggestion rather than a shape. At first, I thought it was just my tired eyes inventing things. But as the truck rolled forward, the smear became a definite glow, a patch of dull, unmoving light on the black asphalt, a few hundred yards in front of me. It was not like the oncoming beams of another car, which tend to grow, shift, and dance as the vehicle moves. This light did not advance or recede. It just sat there, a broad, pale reflection across both lanes, as though something very bright and very still waited just beyond the reach of my headlights. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. The engine's hum felt louder. The air in the cab seemed thinner. That was the first time that night my foot moved from the gas pedal to the brake. 2.1 Clothes on the asphalt. I eased my foot down on the brake, just enough to start bleeding speed. The truck's nose dipped almost imperceptibly. The engine tone dropped a few notes, going from a steady drone to something lower, heavier. The seatbelt tugged gently across my chest as inertia caught up. The patch of light on the road ahead stopped being abstract and became something real. At first, it was just a wide, pale smear, like my headlights were bouncing off a wet surface. But as I rolled closer, details began to separate out of the glow. Edges, shapes, angles that did not belong to the road. Another 50 yards, and I could make out the silhouette of a car. It was a sedan, dark-colored, old enough that the paint had lost its shine. It sat across both lanes, blocking the entire road. Its rear end angled just slightly toward me, so I could see part of the back and part of the driver's side. It was not centered. It was canted, parked the way people park when they are in a hurry and think they will only be a minute. The trunk was wide open. My headlights threw the inside of it into stark relief. Rough gray carpet lining, the metal lip of the latch, a stained, crumpled blanket shoved into one corner. The trunk lid itself cast a long, rectangular shadow over the back window. The lid should have been bouncing a little in the wind, but it wasn't. It hung there, perfectly still, like someone's hand was holding it in place from above. The area behind the sedan was a scatter of debris. Clothes lay across the asphalt in a loose arc, mostly dark shapes, with a few pale flashes. A white t-shirt twisted near the center line. Something plaid, maybe a flannel, half on the road and half in the gravel shoulder. A pair of jeans, legs crumpled in on themselves like someone had stepped out of them in a hurry and just left them where they fell. A single shoe sat on its side in the glow of my high beams, the laces splayed. It was dirty white, the kind of generic sneaker you can buy at any discount store, flattened a little from being run over or stepped on too many times. Not far from it, lying face down on the faded double yellow, was a stuffed animal, a small bear, once brown, now the color of road dust. One of its ears was bent the wrong way, the little plastic eye on the side facing me, catching just enough light to make it gleam. I took all of this in seconds, the way you do when something shocks you, but training kicks in before panic does. I let the truck slow more, not slamming on the brakes, not yet, just letting momentum bleed off until I was rolling instead of driving. My headlights washed full across the scene now, reaching beyond the sedan to find the empty road on the far side. There were no flares, no emergency lights, no reflective triangles, no flashing hazard lights blinking red. That registered first, the stillness. The car was dead. Not in the way a car looks after a crash, all angles and shattered glass, but in the way something looks when it has been placed somewhere and then abandoned. Both tail lights were dark. The trunk light was out. There was no steam curling up from under the hood, no wisp of smoke, no shimmer of gasoline evaporating on hot asphalt. There was no smell either. No sharp sting of fuel, no burned rubber. Only the thin, baked dry scent of the desert night coming in through the vents. I scanned for skid marks by habit. If the car had spun, if someone had lost control, there should have been black curves burned into the gray, telling a story. Instead, the road in my headlights looked clean. Old cracks, patches, the usual scars of weather and time, but nothing fresh. No rubber streaks where someone had tried and failed to stop in time. It was like the sedan had been picked up and set down there by a giant hand. Something cold uncoiled under my sternum. Beneath the open trunk, a dark shape lay sprawled on the road. As the truck rolled closer and my headlights caught it full on, that shape resolved into the outline of a man, or at least a male body. He was lying on his stomach, arms extended slightly out from his sides, palms facing down. One leg was bent at the knee, the toe of his shoe hooked just over the painted line, like he'd been walking, and then simply dropped. Farther forward, closer to my lane, was a second shape, smaller, slimmer, a woman. She was also face down, her arms closer to her torso, one hand halfway folded under her chest. Her head was turned slightly to one side so I could see the dark spill of her hair against the asphalt. It lay too neatly, not matted, not tangled in anything. Her legs were straight, her feet almost parallel, like the outlines from one of those crime scene diagrams you see on TV, except real, in front of my truck. They were both perfectly placed, not twisted, not thrown, not contorted the way bodies usually look when they have bounced or rolled or been tossed. There was a symmetry to it that made the back of my neck prickle. My headlights painted their outlines sharp and pale, shadows pooling under their limbs. I expected to see something more. Blood, at least. A dark spread beneath a head. A shine on the road that was not from my lights. But there was nothing. The asphalt around them was just asphalt. Dry. Dark. Unremarkable. The closer I got, the quieter everything seemed to become. The engine, which had been a constant presence all night, felt like it faded into the background. The usual hiss of wind through the seals dulled. I became acutely aware of smaller noises inside the cab. The faint creak of the driver's seat as I shifted forward to peer over the steering wheel. The soft plastic squeak of the steering column when I adjusted my hands. Somewhere up on the dash, the little analog clock that came with the truck ticked off seconds in tiny, precise clicks. I realized I had been holding my breath. I let it out slowly, trying not to fog my own view of the windshield. 2 people, 2 bodies. No movement, no sound. Every training lecture I'd ever sat through about roadside hazards lined up in my skull like slide projections. An obstacle blocking the road in a place where help will not arrive quickly. Debris scattered to force you to slow down, to pick a path, to split your attention between what is under your tires and what is around you. A human figure lying in your lane where it is morally and psychologically difficult not to stop. The voice in my head that still sounded like Staff Sergeant, whoever the hell from years ago, said very clearly, "This is a textbook problem set. This is exactly what we told you to expect somewhere else." But somewhere else did not have American license plates. Somewhere else did not have my phone on the dashboard, quietly glowing with a map that would tell 911 exactly where I was the second I hit the call button. Somewhere else did not have a bored dispatcher in a tow truck and a system designed, at least in theory, to keep things from getting too far out of hand. "This is not Afghanistan," I whispered again, because hearing it aloud made it feel more real. My voice sounded too small in the cab. "This is just New Mexico." The words did not change what I was looking at. My foot hovered, caught between the brake and the gas. "Slow down," the human part of me insisted. "You cannot just drive past people lying in the road. What if they have been hit and their car died and they are bleeding inside? What if you are the only one who has come by in hours? What if that stuffed bear means there is a kid somewhere you cannot see yet?" "Something's off," the other part of me replied. The part that remembered sand and heat and the way we would circle wreckage in our heads before we were anywhere near it, looking for what did not fit. Why are they both face down? Why is there no glass? No smear? No skid? No broken plastic? No dented guardrail? The truck rolled closer, speed bleeding off almost against my will. 40, 35, 30. I tried to split my gaze the way I'd been taught. Sweep left, sweep right, check the shoulders, the brush, the ridgeline, the mirrors. But my eyes kept snapping back to the man and woman in the beams. The man was closer to my lane. He wore dark pants, a dark jacket, and what might have once been a light-colored shirt under it. His right arm stretched just a few inches away from his body, fingers curled slightly, palm nearly flat. His head was turned away from me, cheek pressed to the ground. From this angle, I could see the line of his neck, the way his hair, short, dark, sat close to his skull. The woman's clothes were harder to make out. A dress, maybe, or a long shirt over jeans. Her shoes were small, flats, scuffed. One of them was half off her heel, like she had been moving fast when she went down. I tried to catch some sign of life. Rising and falling shoulders, the twitch of a hand, anything. There was nothing. They were mannequins, cutouts, props laid down on a stage, until they weren't. When I was maybe 40 or 50 yards away, close enough that I could see the texture of the asphalt around them in my headlights, something changed. It was tiny. If I had blinked at the wrong second, I might have missed it completely. The back of the man's jacket lifted a fraction of an inch, then settled. The collar, which had been flat against his neck, puffed out and dropped. His rib cage, what I could see of it under the fabric, expanded very slightly against the road and then fell again. Once. Just once. It was not the big, dramatic heave of someone gasping for air. It was the quiet, unconscious breath of someone who is not as dead as they are pretending to be. My stomach turned over. He's alive, the decent part of me thought, wild with relief. They're alive. You can help them. Call 911. Get out. Do something. He's alive, the other voice said too. But he's not moving. He's not waving. He's not crawling. He's lying face down in the middle of the road, breathing like he doesn't want you to know. 2.2. Too silent to be a real accident. I let the truck slow even more, my foot sinking toward the brake until the engine was barely above an idle. We were crawling now, inching toward the sedan and the two bodies like a bad dream you cannot quite wake yourself out of. My mind started doing inventory on its own. Phone, mounted on the dash, still there, screen dimmed, map glowing faintly. I tapped the side button with my knuckle, without thinking, bringing it to life for a second. The little battery icon in the corner said 40-odd%. Enough to call 911. Enough to drop a pin. Enough to get through to someone if I needed to. If there was service out here. The center console pressed against my right thigh. I knew what was inside it. Before I left California, I had dropped in a compact handgun in a holster, a habit I had never quite shaken for long drives through empty country. The safety would be on, the magazine full. The sheer ridiculousness of thinking about a handgun in the middle of an American road, with a supposedly innocent accident in front of me, registered, and then slipped aside. Training does not care about what is ridiculous. Up on the windshield, the dash cam's tiny red light blinked steadily, recording everything. That, more than anything, made me feel like there was a witness. No matter what this was, I told myself, there would be footage later to prove I had seen it, that it had been real. The truck rolled another few yards. The closer I got, the stranger the quiet became. The accident scenes I have seen in my life, the real ones, all had sound. The high, thin keening of someone in shock, the lower, ragged shouts of people trying to direct traffic, call for help, or just make sense of what had happened. The hiss of a radiator, the ticking of a hot engine cooling too quickly. Sometimes the horrible, screeching grind of metal still being forced into a shape it did not want to hold. Once, overseas, I had stepped out of a vehicle into a din so loud it barely registered as separate noises. People crying, men yelling in two languages, a goat bleeding somewhere, tires spinning uselessly in sand. Even back home, responding to a pileup on the interstate as the first guy on the scene, there had been noise. Someone sobbing on the shoulder of the road, a horn stuck blaring because the impact had jammed it, a child crying in hiccuping bursts in the back seat of a car that had spun into the median. Here, there was none of that. Here, there was just my truck, the engine's low rumble, the soft scrape of my boot shifting on the pedal, the small, plasticky creaks of the interior when I leaned a little forward, my knuckles whitening on the steering wheel, the clock on the dash, relentless and precise. Tick, tick, tick. I realized I could not hear the wind anymore. It was still there. I could see the taller patches of grass at the roadside moving, but the sound of it seemed muted, like someone had wrapped the world in cotton. The desert beyond my headlights might as well have been painted on black velvet. A cold, prickling awareness moved over me, the sense that something had dropped over this stretch of road like a dome. I made myself look away from the two prone figures and scan the rest of the scene, the way I had been taught. Left shoulder, right shoulder, beyond their car. On both sides of the asphalt, the ground sloped away in shallow ditches choked with brush and weeds. The vegetation out here was not lush, but what did grow, did so in stubborn clumps. Spanish broom, tall dry grasses, low shrubs with brittle twiggy arms, all high enough that a person lying down in them would disappear completely from someone sitting in a truck cab. In my headlights, the stalks rocked and shivered slightly. The movement should have been random, dictated by the wind. Instead, it made me think of uneasy breathing. No lights behind me in the mirror, no approaching beams from ahead. For all the world, it felt like I had driven out of the network of roads and onto some private strip of pavement no one else remembered existed. I cracked my window. Just an inch, maybe less. Enough for the seal to hiss and a sliver of night air to slide in. The immediate difference was startling. The AC's steady sigh mixed with a new sound. The thin, sharp hiss of wind moving over metal and glass. It had teeth out here, even though the evening was warm. My skin pebbled under my sleeves. Beyond the wind, there was another noise. Faint, distant, somewhere out in the dark. It could have been 50 yards away or 200. It was impossible to tell. Something metallic gave a little groan. A slow, dragging, complaining sound, like a loose road sign being pushed by the breeze, or a cable shifting its weight on a pole. It lasted maybe 2 seconds, then stopped. The hairs on my arms stood up. I waited for it to come again. It didn't. The night swallowed the sound and went perfectly still again. The only constant now, the low tone of my own engine and the slight rasp of air forcing its way through the cracked window. I rolled the glass back up, suddenly desperate to be sealed in again. No gaps. My brain tried to slot that creak into a category it understood. Old farm equipment, a stock gate swinging on rusty hinges, a neglected billboard frame. Anything mundane, anything that did not involve what my imagination immediately suggested. Someone shifting their weight against a metal object while they watch the only car on the road creep toward their trap. Trap. I did not like the way that word popped up. Unbidden. In every briefing I had ever sat through about ambush tactics, there was the same fundamental idea. You give your target something to focus on, something emotionally sticky, a hurt child, a wrecked car, a civilian in distress. You put it where they cannot ignore it, where stopping feels less like a choice and more like a requirement, and you use that moment, that decency, to do whatever you really came there to do. A car blocking a road in the middle of nowhere was a classic. It forced decisions. It forced vulnerability. Get out and help, or be the kind of person who drives past. I gritted my teeth and tried to force that thought away. I was not in a convoy. There were no briefing slides for County Road 17, no reason to think that some foreign playbook had made it all the way out here, onto a strip of neglected American asphalt that the locals apparently avoided and the mapping software loved. If this is real, and you keep driving, you might be killing them. The part of me that still believed in right and wrong argued, if they are lying there, and you just roll past? If this is not real, another part of me replied, if this is carefully placed, if those are not helpless people but bait, you might be walking into something you cannot fight your way out of. Alone, no backup, no plate record, no cameras, no one even sure where you were when it happened. The truck was nearly upon them now. I could see the faint rise of the man's shoulders under his jacket, the way the fabric pulled across his back. I checked the rear view again. A long, empty tube of road, lit only by my own red taillight glow. No distant pinpricks of oncoming traffic on the horizon, no sweep of headlights rounding a far-off bend. The desert around us might as well have been an ocean. I forced myself to look past the bodies, past the sedan, using my lights to trace everything I could. Cracks in the asphalt, the subtle, darker patches where repairs had been done years ago. A crushed soda can off to the right, glittering dull silver. A scrap of paper, flattened against the ground. Nothing that suggested the violent physics of a collision. No fresh gouges, no pieces of bumper. No twisted fender hanging at an odd angle. No cluster of plastic shards where a taillight or headlight had exploded. Instinct pushed me to widen my scan. I glanced at the shoulder nearer me, then the far shoulder beyond the woman's shoes, searching for tracks. If another car had stopped to help and then left, or if a vehicle had been forced off the road, there should have been ruts in the gravel, disturbed dust, tire marks cutting into the ditch. What I saw was undisturbed, old detritus, maybe. Patterns that had settled a long time ago, but nothing fresh. Nothing that belonged to tonight. It was just my tracks. The faint, straight line of compressed gravel where my tires had brushed the edge when I instinctively gave the scene a little extra space. Beyond that, untouched ground. I looked back down at the road immediately in front of the sedan. My light skimmed across the surface, highlighting every imperfection. And yet, there were no bright, sharp reflections of shattered glass. No sparkling constellation of safety glass cubes. On every real crash scene I had ever walked, you could tell where windows had blown by the way they left glittering fields behind. Here, the asphalt was dull and matte, empty. The conclusion slid into place, not as a logical argument, but as a cold feeling along my spine. This hadn't happened, not the way accidents happen. The car in front of me had not spun out on some patch of gravel and slammed sideways into nothing. It had not swerved to avoid a deer or a jackrabbit or another vehicle, then come to rest perpendicular to the lane. There had been no chaotic chain of events, no terrible instant where someone's mistake became physics and shattered metal and blood. It was here. Just here. Like it had been placed. Like someone had driven it out, turned it sideways with deliberate care, set the trunk just so, tossed the clothes and the single shoe and the dust-dull teddy bear in an artful scatter, and then arranged the man and the woman on the road with the kind of precision that made every part of me want to recoil. It felt recent. Too recent. There was no dust settled on the fabric of their clothes. No drift of sand starting to soften the outlines of the tire treads around the sedan. No bugs yet. No smell of anything beginning to rot. The idea that crept over me, slow and suffocating, was this. Whatever this was, it had been set up minutes ago. Not hours. Not earlier in the day. Minutes. Just long enough, maybe, for the people responsible to step away from their work, to move into the tall grass on either side of the road, to lie down in the shadows and wait, just out of sight, as the only pair of headlights for miles drew closer. As my truck rolled right into the middle of their little arrangement. 2.3, the small movement that made me decide. By then, the truck was barely moving. 20 yards, maybe 30. Close enough that if I leaned forward, I could see the wrinkles in the man's jacket and the individual strands of the woman's hair where it fanned across the asphalt. My foot hovered in that awkward, indecisive place between brake and gas, not fully committed to either. It felt like the whole vehicle was balancing on the edge of a choice. The man was closest to me. Now that I was nearly on top of him, the details sharpened into something uncomfortably human. He wore dark pants and a dark jacket, the kind of generic outerwear you can get anywhere. Underneath, I could see the collar of a lighter shirt, slightly crooked. His right arm was stretched out a little more than I had first thought. His fingers half curled, the knuckles pale where my headlights caught them. A few feet from his outstretched hand lay a baseball cap, its brim bent, the fabric stained darker in spots. It had rolled or been tossed just far enough that he could not quite reach it, at least not without moving. He wasn't moving. His head was turned away from me, angled toward the center line. One cheek pressed flat to the road, the other lost in the shadow. From my vantage point, I could see the curve of his ear, the line of his jaw, the tendon in his neck standing out just a little too sharply. Beyond him, the woman lay at more of an angle. Her body cut across my lane, closer to the yellow lines. Long hair spilled around her head and shoulders, a dark, tangled pool against the gray of the asphalt. Her clothes were lighter than his, something like a dress or a long shirt over pants. But it was hard to tell where one ended and the other began in the stark contrast of my headlights. One of her arms was tucked close under her torso, but the other stretched across the lane, fingers splayed, reaching toward the opposite side of the road as if she had been crawling, and then simply stopped. Her hand was what got me. At this distance, it was fully in the wash of my high beams. I could see the pale skin of her fingers, the dirt ground into the nails, the faint shadow where one knuckle was slightly swollen. The pose was wrong. If she had fallen, if she had been thrown, the arm would have looked slack or twisted. This looked deliberate, like someone had arranged it for a photograph. I stared at that hand as the truck crept closer. Something inside me held perfectly still, waiting. For a second, less than a second, one of the fingers moved. It was minuscule, the tiniest flex, the sort of thing you might see if someone was lying half asleep and reacting to a dream. Her index finger curled in, just a fraction, the tendon in the back of the hand tightening, and then relaxed again. The rest of her stayed completely limp. She did not shift. She did not raise her head. She did not lift her arm or try to drag herself out of the lane. If I had been 10 yards farther back, I would have missed it. If I had blinked, I would have missed it, but I didn't. The breath hissed out of me in a quiet, ugly sound. "She's alive," something in me insisted. "She's alive, you coward. Stop the truck." "She's aware," something else corrected. "She's aware, and she knows you're watching." I waited for more. For her fingers to move again. For her head to turn. For any sign that they wanted help. They did nothing. Both of them just lay there, too neat, too symmetrical, breathing in invisible little increments and pretending not to. I glanced off to the sides again. Left shoulder, right shoulder. The tall grass shivered. A small clump of it bent farther than the rest for a heartbeat, then straightened, as if something had brushed through it and settled. The darkness beyond my high beams felt thick, layered, like there was more in it than I could see. My brain did the math. If I stopped where I was, I would be completely in the open, boxed in by their sedan up ahead, with no room to turn around quickly. If I pulled up closer and angled the truck across the lane to block it, I would be giving anyone hidden in the ditch the perfect blind spot to approach from. If I drove off into the shoulder to go around them, I risked getting stuck or blowing a tire. The only option that didn't immediately give away my position and my attention was to keep moving, to thread the needle. I did not decide in words. It was more like my body reached the decision before the rest of me could argue. I took my foot off the brake completely and let the truck coast forward, hovering my toes over the gas, ready to slam it down if anything, anyone, suddenly rushed the vehicle. My hands tightened on the wheel until my fingers ached. I started to angle slightly left, aiming for the narrow slice of space between the man's outstretched hand and the center line, giving the woman's body as much berth as I could. My head felt stuffed with cotton, every sensation was magnified. The rumble strip grumbled under the right tires for a second as I adjusted, the vibration traveling up through the chassis into my arms. I corrected, keeping the truck in the lane, aligning it for the gap. Out of pure, bitter habit, my eyes flicked to the speedometer, barely more than a crawl. I could have jumped out and run faster than I was driving. The front bumper reached the outer edge of the scattered clothes. My headlights washed fully over the pile of garments in front of the sedan. A shirt twisted into a knot, a sweatshirt half on, half off the faded yellow line. What looked like a pair of sweatpants crumpled into a sad limp heap. They looked wrong too. Not torn, not stretched. No loose threads where fabric had snagged on metal or asphalt. Just dropped. The front right tire rolled over the edge of a t-shirt sleeve. I felt the faintest suggestion of resistance, the tiniest bump, and then heard the dragging whisper of fabric being pulled along the road under the weight of the truck. It was a soft, continuous shh that lasted just long enough to crawl straight up my spine. For a fraction of a second, every part of me was convinced I had driven over someone's arm. My pulse thudded in my throat. My mouth went dry. I forced my eyes back to the man as the truck crept past him. From this angle, my headlights struck him more fully along the back and side. I could see the seam down the back of his jacket, the darker patch where something had been spilled and dried at some point in its life, the way the fabric pulled tight across his shoulders. The collar had ridden up slightly, exposing the back of his neck, a thin line of pale skin. The muscles there were standing out more than I had noticed before. Not relaxed, not slack, holding. My truck's shadow slid over him. Then my lights hit the side of his face as I edged closer. One eye was against the road. The other, the one that should have been hidden in shadow, was just barely visible in the angle of the beam. It was not closed. The lid was down, but not all the way. There was a slit, a narrow, unnatural gap where lashes did not quite meet. Behind it, the white of his eye gleamed, glossy, reflecting the headlight back at me in a tiny, sickly crescent. As my front bumper passed him, that sliver of white shifted, just a touch, enough for his pupil, a small black dot in the center of that gleam, to track upward and toward the cab of my truck. He was watching me, not blindly staring, not unfocused, watching. Every instinct I had screamed at me then. Stop. Go. Get out. Floor it. Fight. Run. Do something. The commands collided in a useless jumble. I did not hit the brakes. My foot came down on the gas instead, not hard, but firmly enough that the engine's tone rose. The truck lurched forward a bit faster, the dragged fabric under the chassis finally tearing loose with a faint pop. The woman's outstretched fingers slid past my window, pale and still and steady, like she had never moved at all. The sedan loomed up directly ahead, its back bumper filling my windshield. Too close. I swung the wheel a few inches more, hugging the very edge of my lane to slip past the rear of the car. My side mirror cleared the trunk by what felt like inches. For one breathless moment, I was level with the back window. The glass was dark, reflecting more of my headlights back at me than revealing what was inside. But the windshield beyond it, the one facing away from me, was bright in my beams as I passed. That was when I saw it. Right at the bottom corner of the windshield, where there should have been a registration or inspection sticker, there was a rectangle of something else. A strip of tape or vinyl, matte and dark, perfectly cut to shape, pressed tight against the glass. It covered the area where any identifying tag would normally be. It wasn't peeling. It wasn't crooked. It had been put there carefully, deliberately, by someone who did not want this car to be linked to any legitimate record. My brain photographed it without my permission. That piece of darkness on the glass was the final confirmation my gut needed. This wasn't a random breakdown. This car was meant to be anonymous. I cleared the sedan. My rear wheels thumped back fully into my lane. My heart hammered so hard I could feel it in my throat, pounding against my collarbone, thudding in my ears louder than the engine. My palms were slick on the steering wheel, sweat cooling too fast on my face. It felt like I had just waded past the edge of something, the way you sometimes step out of the shallow end of a river and feel the water suddenly tug harder at your legs, where the ground drops away. I knew I should have looked forward, stared straight down the remaining stretch of road, focused on what was ahead and only ahead. I should have kept my eyes on the road, but I didn't. 3.1. The longest 2 seconds of my life. The instant my rear wheels cleared the back bumper of that sedan, something in me snapped from paralysis into motion. My right foot came down harder on the gas than I meant it to. The pedal sank, the engine snarled in response, and the truck surged forward with a clumsy, hungry pull. The quiet, uncertain crawl I had been maintaining turned into momentum, real speed. Not much, not yet, but enough that I could feel the difference in the way the steering wheel fought me, in the way the cab leaned as I straightened out into the center of my lane again. The wind found a higher gear around the truck. The whisper at the window seemed sharpened into a hiss, then a thin, urgent whistle, as if the night itself had been content to let me idle but objected to being left behind at anything faster than a walking pace. A few yards ahead, the road surface buckled ever so slightly where some half-hearted repair had been done years ago. At 20 or 30 miles an hour, it would have been a barely noticeable bump. At the slow crawl I had been doing, it would have felt like nothing. Accelerating out of the scene, with my nerves raw and every sense turned up too high, it felt like I hit a speed bump laid across my chest. The front tires rolled over at first, the suspension compressing with a soft, rubbery thump. Then the back axle bounced, and the entire frame gave a short, jarring shudder. In the bed behind me, the boxes I had stacked and bungee corded shifted, producing an ugly series of hollow clack-clack sounds as plastic totes and cardboard corners knocked into each other. Something, maybe a metal tool case, maybe the tire iron, slid a few inches and hit the side of the bed with a short, bright clang. Those noises were mundane, ordinary, the kinds of sounds you hear 1,000 times on a long trip without really registering them. In that moment, each one felt like a gunshot. My hands were slick on the steering wheel. Sweat had gathered in my palms during the drawn-out crawl past the bodies, and now, as I gripped harder, it made the textured plastic feel wrong. Too smooth, too slippery. I adjusted my grip an inch higher, then lower, the wheel squeaking quietly under my fingers. My stomach felt tight, not like pain, but like someone had grabbed hold of the guts inside me and twisted once. There was a hollow, floaty sensation under my ribs, like being on the edge of a drop. My shoulders curled slightly forward without my permission, an old instinct to make myself smaller, to brace against an impact that might never come. Between my shoulder blades, the skin crawled. Nothing was touching me. No draft, no hand, no tapping. But there was a burning awareness there, the inescapable sense of eyes on my back. Not the casual glance of another driver at a stoplight, not the mild curiosity of someone passing you on the sidewalk. This felt focused, intent, watching. I stared down the stretch of road in front of me like my life depended on it. Empty asphalt unrolled in the headlights, the faded center line, the pale edge marks. Beyond the reach of my beams, the world stayed a featureless black. It should have been a relief that nothing loomed immediately ahead. Instead, every foot of clear road felt like borrowed time. Okay, I told myself under my breath, the word coming out dry and shaky. Okay, you didn't stop. You didn't get out. If that was a setup, they didn't get you. You're moving. You're leaving. Give it 20 seconds, the rational voice in my head said, trying to sound calm and analytical. Just get some distance. Call 911. Tell them what you saw. You can justify driving past. They'll send someone with lights and guns and backup. Another voice, less reasonable, less civilized, cut in with a jagged edge. Unless they drag you out of the cab before you ever get the chance. I could not help it. I imagined feet hitting the pavement behind me. Silent at first, then faster. Hands grabbing the tailgate, hauling bodies up into the bed. Someone climbing, quick and practiced, crossing the clutter of my things, reaching the back window. Fingers finding purchase on plastic trim, on metal edges, a face pressed close to the glass inches from my neck, fogging it with breath. I clenched my jaw until it hurt and forced those images down. Nothing was pounding against the truck. Nothing was dragging behind me. The only vibrations were from the engine and the road. The only sound. A soft thunk came from the center console, followed by a dull slosh. I flinched, heart slamming against my ribs, before my brain caught up and put it together. The paper coffee cup in the cup holder had finally tipped. It leaned at an angle now, the last inch of cooling liquid sliding to one side and bumping against the plastic walls with a hollow, wet knock. The smell hit a second later, bitter and familiar. Cheap gas station coffee. A bridge back to the world I had left 15 minutes ago, when the worst thing on my mind had been whether the caffeine would be enough to keep me awake for the next few hours. I grabbed onto that smell like a lifeline. This is just a road, I told myself. Just a stupid, empty road. You saw something messed up, yeah. Maybe it was a robbery setup. Maybe it was a prank that went too far. Maybe these idiots lie out there and film themselves scaring people for YouTube, and you'll hear about it on the news tomorrow. The idea made me angry in a way that almost felt good. Anger was easier than fear. If it was an ambush, you didn't give them what they wanted. That hard, practical part of me added. You didn't stop. You didn't open the door. You didn't kneel down and put your hands on the ground where they could grab you. So why did it still feel like I had done something wrong? The truck ate up another few yards of road. The angle between my headlights and the scene behind me widened. In my side mirror, I could see just the faint suggestion of reflected light now, a smear of brightness against the dark that marked where the sedan and its props still sat. I refused to look too closely at it. Keep going, I thought. Just keep going. Do not give them anything else. Distance is safety. Distance is time. And underneath that, smaller, more shameful. If you don't look back, maybe you can pretend you imagined it. Maybe you can soften the edges of what you saw. Bodies that might have just been dummies. A breath that might have been a trick of your own shaking hands on the wheel. Every horror movie I had ever seen, every campfire story, every cheap streaming special came suddenly to mind in a single stupid chorus. Just don't look back. Do not look in the mirror. Do not check behind you. That is when it gets you. It was almost funny, in a sick way. All those stories preaching the same lesson, and here I was, living a version of it. My shoulders tightened. The patch of skin between them itched like it had been stung. I could feel the presence of the rearview mirror above me without even seeing it. The way you can feel someone standing behind you in a crowded room. It hung there at the top of the windshield, a small, dark rectangle, reflecting a world I was doing everything I could to ignore. I told myself I was not afraid of what was behind me. I was past it, past them. If this was some staged crime scene, the danger was receding with every foot of road I put between us. What I was afraid of, if I was being honest, was confirmation. If I looked and saw nothing strange, just a car, just two still bodies on the road, not moving, not rising, then I would have to live with the possibility that I had driven past people who genuinely needed help and left them there. If I looked and saw something else, something upright, something running, something gathering out of the grass, then I would have to accept that I had been inches away from something I did not understand at all. Both possibilities were bad, different flavors of guilt and terror. So, for a few seconds, I pretended the mirror did not exist. I pinned my gaze to the broken white line ahead and the slice of road my headlights claimed as mine. I listened to the engine, to the tires whispering over the asphalt, to the weak, pathetic gurgle of coffee shifting in its overturned cup. I tried to shrink the world back down to just that. Me, the truck, the road. But human beings are not built for that kind of disciplined blindness. Not really. You can tell a child not to peek and guarantee that they will. You can tell a driver not to rubberneck at an accident and know that every pair of eyes will still turn as they pass. I am not an exception. Somewhere between one breath and the next, my resolve cracked. The urge to see, to be sure, to test reality against what my brain was offering me, grew too strong. My neck muscles tensed. My eyes flicked upward, just a fraction of an inch at first, then more. The decision happened in less time than it takes to say it. I should have kept my eyes on the road, but I didn't. I looked into the rearview mirror. 3.2. The bodies that stood up. The rearview mirror cut the world behind me down to a narrow, trembling rectangle. At first, all I saw in it was light. A pale, diffused block where my headlights, bouncing off the asphalt and the back of the sedan, had left a kind of ghost image in my vision. The glare flattened everything, turned the scene I had just driven through into an overexposed photograph. I almost looked away, ready to tell myself there was nothing to see, that I was being dramatic. Then my eyes adjusted. The light resolved into shapes. The sedan sat small in the distance, a dark lump across both lanes, its open trunk a black notch against the glare. The scatter of clothes around it looked like nothing more than a blur of gray smudges from this far away, like trash blown into the road. Closer to me than the car, two darker marks lay across the strip of brightness. The man, the woman, they were smaller now in the mirror, thumbnail versions of the bodies I had just inched past, but still clearly human in outline. Two sprawled forms on the road, one closer to my lane, one nearer the center. They should have been shrinking slowly, staying horizontal, getting further and further away until they disappeared into the darkness. They did not. The man moved first. It was not a slow, groggy twitch, not the kind of fumbling, disoriented flail you see when someone comes to after being unconscious. It was decisive. In the mirror, I watched his right arm bend, his palm plant flat against the asphalt, his elbow drive up. His torso rose off the road in one clean push. Chest, then stomach, then hips, like he was doing a practiced push-up. His left hand came in to help a second later, not groping, not feeling around, but landing exactly where it needed to for leverage. In less than a second, he went from lying flat to being propped up on both hands, back arched, head lifted. Every part of that movement said strength, control, awareness. There was nothing dazed about it. My heart misfired. For a fraction of a beat, it felt like it skipped entirely. Beside him, the woman followed. Her hands slid in under her shoulders as if they had been waiting there all along. Her elbows tucked close to her ribs, and she pushed herself back, not up and staggering, but back and under, like she had done it 100 times. Her knees bent, feet tucking beneath her. She hinged at the waist, folding in half, then straightening, her upper body rising in a smooth, fluid line. Her hair fell forward to curtain her face for a moment, then swung back as she snapped fully upright. There was no hesitation in either of them. No unsteady swaying, no hands going to heads or ribs or injuries. They did not reach for each other or for the car. They did not even look down to check themselves. They just stood. The mirror seemed to zoom in, though I knew it hadn't. My perception narrowed until everything outside that rectangle blurred. My hands tightened on the steering wheel enough that my knuckles ached, but I barely felt it. The man straightened to his full height. In the distance of the mirror, it was impossible to see his expression, but I could see the line of his shoulders, the set of his head. He turned, not frantically, not searching around, but with a slow, controlled pivot, lining his body up so that he was facing the same direction I was going, the same direction my truck was headed. The woman did the same. She stepped forward once, closing the distance between herself and the car, then turned her body as well, so that her chest, her hips, her gaze all pointed down the stretch of road I was now trying to put behind me. Her arms hung at her sides, relaxed. Her posture was wrong for a victim. It was more like someone waiting for a bus that was late. It would have been bad enough if it had stopped there. It didn't. In the dim spill of my taillights and the lingering bleed back of my headlights, the ditches on either side of the road had been nothing but black, uneven shadows. Now, in the mirror, those shadows shifted. At first it was a ripple, a wave of motion that ran through the tall grass and scrub. Then distinct shapes began to rise out of it. Heads, shoulders, torsos. One figure straightened up on the left side of the road, just beyond the edge line, pulling itself up from a crouch. Another followed a few feet away. On the right, 3 silhouettes unfolded out of the ditch in quick succession, like someone had punctured the surface of the darkness and let them pour out. They kept coming. 1, 2, 3 more on the left, staggered along the ditch. 2 more on the right. In the space of a single, horrible heartbeat, the empty roadside I had scanned and rescanned while crawling toward the sedan, filled with upright human forms. I could not see faces in the mirror, only outlines. Tall, short, wide, narrow. A mix of shapes and heights. A few had hoods up, dark ovals where their heads should be. One wore something reflective on a sleeve that flashed once as he moved, a small, sharp blink of light. A couple of them hung back farther from the pavement, just barely inside the reach of the glow. Others stepped right up to the shoulder. None of them ran after me. They didn't need to. They didn't even seem surprised that I had gone around the car instead of stopping. They all turned their bodies, almost in sync, to face the direction my truck was going. A loose line of silhouettes on both sides of the road, all oriented the same way, all watching the same point on the horizon. For 1 second, 2 at most, the entire scene held. The sedan in the center, like a stage prop. The 2 victims now standing beside it, perfectly whole. The others, more than a dozen shapes when I tried to count them, flanking the road like a rough, uneven audience. And all of them facing me. Not waving, not shouting, just observing. My chest tightened so hard, it was like somebody slipped a band around it and pulled. Then, in the mirror, a new light flicked on. The rear of the sedan bloomed with amber. Both hazard lights snapped to life at the exact same instant, left and right, their glow cutting sharp triangles in the darkness. They blinked once, twice, 3 times, slow and perfectly synchronized. The orange light washed over the legs of the man and woman, over the edges of the scattered clothes, over the lower halves of the nearest silhouettes in the grass. In that pulsing, artificial glow, the whole scene looked staged in a different way, like a play that had just ended and someone had thrown the house lights on too quickly. Show's over, some corner of my brain thought crazily. Curtain call. I did not hear their footsteps. I did not hear their voices. The truck's cab was sealed, the windows rolled up, the AC still pushing cooled air at my face. But as those hazard lights blinked in the mirror, I could have sworn I heard something else underneath the hum of the engine and the hiss of the wind. A sound like a chuckle dragged out too long. It was low, barely there, more felt than heard, a rumble in the throat at the edge of hearing. It rose and fell in a way that made the skin on my arms shrink, because my brain kept wanting to shape it into something human. A laugh, not joyous, not amused, something meaner. Or maybe some rational part of me insisted desperately. It was just the wind changing direction and running across the cab in a pattern my nerves didn't recognize. Either way, it made my vision tunnel for a second. I think I made a sound, not a word, just a short, sharp exhale with edges, half curse, half choked off shout. My hands spasmed on the steering wheel, dragging the truck half an inch to the right before I yanked it back in line. The tires flirted with the rumble strip, which growled under the chassis for a split second, the vibration punching up through the seat and rattling my teeth. Adrenaline hit like a wave. The careful pacing of my breathing vanished. My lungs grabbed at air in big, uneven gulps. My heart slammed so violently, it felt like it might actually bruise bone. The rational voice that had been trying to have a quiet, ethical debate with itself about stopping to help those people was gone. What took its place was older and simpler. Get away. Get away now. I buried my foot in the gas pedal. The truck responded instantly, the engine leaping from a strained hum to a full-throated roar. The nose lifted just enough for me to feel it. The jump in speed pushed me back into the seat, snapping me out of the paralysis that had been creeping over my limbs. The world outside the windshield started to move faster, the broken white lines on the road coming at me with more urgency. The mirror shook with the vibration. In it, the sedan, the bodies, the line of dark figures, and the blinking amber hazard lights all jumped slightly with each bump in the pavement, getting smaller with punishing speed. In a handful of seconds, the details blurred together, the orange flashes reducing to indistinct pulses in the black. I kept my eyes locked forward now, finally taking my own advice too late. The rear view was still there, still a presence at the edge of my awareness, but I refused to look at it again. I did not want to see whether those figures stayed where they were, or whether any of them stepped out into the lane and began to walk after me as my taillights receded. The RPM needle climbed. The engine noise filled the cab so completely that it became its own kind of silence, a wall of sound I could press my fear against so it had less room to move. Whatever I had seen in that mirror, whatever had stood up, turned, and watched me go, could stay there. I was not coming back. 3.3, the road that refused to end. Putting distance between me and that sedan helped, but not enough. Fear is not a thing you leave behind in the rearview mirror. It comes with you, buckled in. The speedometer crept past 50. The truck felt more solid now, less like something teetering on the edge of a choice, and more like a projectile committed to its path. I clung to that feeling and reached for the next lifeline I could think of. My phone was still mounted on the dash, the map open. The little blue arrow showed me well past the point where the shortcut had split off from the main highway, halfway down a thin gray snake of road in the middle of nowhere. I jabbed at the screen with a shaking thumb until the emergency call option popped up, then hit it. The display changed. The familiar ringing tone began, tinny and distant through the truck's speakers. One ring. Two. For a heartbeat, nothing else changed. The engine still roared. The wind still whistled around the cab. The darkness outside the cone of my headlights remained unbroken. My own breathing sounded too loud, ragged and shallow in my ears. Then, right when I was sure the call was going to drop without connecting at all, there was a click and a calm, practiced voice said, "911, what is your emergency?" I almost sobbed with relief. The word came out wrong, caught between my dry throat and my teeth. I swallowed hard, tried again. There's a staged accident, I think. I think it's an ambush. 2 people in the road, not hurt, just lying there, like bait. There were others in the grass. They got up. Sir, slow down, the operator said, her tone still level, a little sharper now. Are you currently in danger? Yes. I drove past. I'm leaving. I didn't stop. But they're still there. County Road, I glanced at the top of the map, searching for a designation. The screen had decided to be vague. It's a shortcut between 29 Palms and I-40. It said State Route 117, County Road 17, I think. Somewhere out there. You need to send... A small icon flickered in the corner of the screen. The signal bars, never grayed out here, dropped from 2 to 1, then to nothing. The operator's voice stretched, warping slightly, as if someone had grabbed it and pulled it through static. Sir, I'm losing ye. Can you The call cut. The ringing silence afterward felt worse than the desert. Come on, I snarled at the phone, as if anger could bully the signal back into existence. I hit redial. The display hesitated, then flashed a blunt, indifferent message. Call failed. No service. My stomach dropped another inch. I kept one hand on the wheel and started moving the other around the interior, like I could physically feel bars of reception hiding somewhere if I tried hard enough. Up near the windshield, lower near the console, anywhere. Sometimes, in patches, a single bar would wink back into existence, taunting me. As soon as I tried to connect again, it vanished, leaving me shouting half-formed phrases into a dead line. Staged accident. People in the grass. County Road. Click. Nothing. Each dropped attempt added another layer of unreality to the whole thing. I knew cell coverage out here was bad. I had even thought about it earlier, in the abstract. But this felt targeted, personal, as if the world was willing to let me pull away, but not to tell anyone what I had seen until I was somewhere that no one could check fast enough for it to matter. Between useless calls, my eyes kept flicking involuntarily to the rear view. I did not want to. Every time I did it, I regretted it before my gaze even reached the glass. But it is hard to break a habit you build over years of driving. Check mirrors, check instruments, check road. My neck muscles twitched on their own, dragging my focus upward in jerks. Each time, the scene behind me was a little smaller. The cluster of light where the sedan blocked the road had shrunk to a dim knot. The warm orange of the hazard lights, still blinking, apparently with infinite patience, pulsed faintly, like the heartbeat of something stubborn and far away. The dark shapes flanking the road had blurred back into the general blackness of the ditches. I told myself that was good. Distance, safety. But the distance did not change the feeling that I was being followed. Sometimes, when my headlights rolled over a reflective marker half buried in the gravel, or a piece of trash with just the right angle on it, I would see, for a split second, twin points of light down low on the road behind me in the mirror. Two small, steady spots that could have been the reflections of my own taillights on something shiny. Or eyes. Each time, my pulse spiked. Each time, by the time I could force myself to really focus on them, they were gone, swallowed by darkness and distance and the uneven rhythm of the truck's bounce over the imperfect asphalt. On the horizon, once or twice, something flashed metallically. A brief, needle-thin glint. There and gone so fast, it could have been a trick of my imagination. A piece of junk. An old sign. Heat lightning without the storm. Out loud, I started talking to myself, just to cut through the noise in my own head. "Keep driving," I muttered. "Just keep going. You're already past it. They're not chasing you. If they were going to, they'd have done it back there. There's nothing on the road. No headlights behind you. No engine noise but your own." To prove that last point, I turned the radio back on. Static greeted me, a wall of white hiss. I twisted the dial slowly. Snatches of sound drifted in and out. A word here, a note there, all unraveling into nothing before I could latch onto them. A male voice stretched, warped by distance, then dissolved into a squeal. A piece of music, unmoored from rhythm or melody, bled in, then slid away. The radio hissed like angry wind. Somewhere under it, the plastic dash rattled in a way it never had in the city, each small imperfection in the road causing a new buzz or creak, as if the truck itself was complaining about being out here. I shut the radio off again. The sudden absence of its static left the other sounds barer, more exposed. The wind had found a higher, more insistent pitch, slipping through tiny imperfections in the door seals, rising and falling in a long, mournful howl. It threaded through the cab, sometimes sounding more like a voice than air. The noise changed subtly when the road dipped or rose, which did nothing to reassure me. Every new inflection felt like syllables forming. The tires sang against the asphalt. The song shifted constantly, smoother hum on older stretches, a gritty, almost growling resonance on rougher patches where the surface had worn away. Now and then, the right side wheels would flirt with the edge of the rumble strip, and the abrupt, coarse vibration would jar me back from whatever spiral my mind had started to fall into. The dashboard creaked in protest at every larger bump. A faint, rhythmic tick somewhere near the vents joined the chorus, driven by some loose tab or misaligned bit of plastic. Under normal circumstances, I would have mentally added "fix rattle" to a vague to-do list. Now, it sounded like someone flicking their fingernail against the inside of the dash, impatient. The road itself began to feel unreal. It went on, and on, and on. I kept expecting some sign that I was getting closer to an intersection, or a town, or even just a change. An exit sign, a green mileage marker listing a city I recognized, a small white post with a black number to tell me what mile I was on. That was how American highways worked. They reassured you, constantly, that you were somewhere specific, on your way from one named place to another. Out here, those little anchors were gone, for several long miles. I could not tell you exactly how many, because the numbers on the odometer stopped feeling like they meant anything. There was nothing. No exit numbers, no road names, no reminders of the nearest gas station, hospital, or tourist trap. The only signage I saw was old and useless. A faded leaning board advertising a business that probably did not exist anymore. Its paint peeled beyond readability, and a sun-bleached speed limit sign that looked like it might collapse the next time a strong wind hit it. It was like driving through a place that had been half erased. The asphalt was here, the physical reality of the road under my tires, undeniable. But the informational layer, the part that made it belong to a system, a grid, a map, had been scraped thin. At the time, I told myself that it was just neglect, some maintenance oversight, a county budget cut. Later, when I tried to line the drive up with other people's timelines and official maps and what the state claimed existed, that absence of markers bothered me a lot more. Time congealed. 10 minutes stretched, warped, turned into 20, or felt like it. My eyes stung from staring so hard at the same unchanging slice of road. Every curve felt like a circle back onto itself, as if I had somehow driven into a loop without realizing it. I kept glancing at the GPS, needing the reassurance that the blue arrow was moving. It was. Slowly, the gray line I was riding began to angle toward a thicker, more brightly colored highway line. The distance marker to the next turn began to count down in smooth, impersonal digits. 12 miles. 10. 8. That was the only proof I had that I was going anywhere at all. When I finally saw light that was not my own, it hit me like a slap. First, a faint, dirty orange glow on the horizon. Then the outline of a familiar green interstate shield, barely visible at the edge of my headlight's reach. Then more lights. White, red, yellow. Hanging in the air at more rational heights, marking lampposts and other vehicles, and the sprawling geometry of a proper interchange. The shortcut spat me back into the world like it was tired of me. I merged onto I-40 in a daze, following the reflective arrows and painted lines more by instinct than focus. Other cars slid past me in the night, their headlights washing over my cab, their tires making the comforting white noise roar of shared pavement. Overhead, clean signs with neat lettering told me exactly where I was and how far it was to the next town. The radio, when I turned it on, locked onto a station almost immediately. A local DJ's voice filled the cab, cheerful and unaware, talking about weather and weekend plans. The normalcy of it was jarring. I drove like that for a few minutes, letting the familiarity of a real interstate chew through some of the adrenaline still buzzing in my veins. My hands gradually loosened on the steering wheel. The pressure in my chest eased from a crushing grip to something more like a bruise. That was when I made the mistake of looking down at my phone again. The map had zoomed out. Now that I was back on a major route, I could see a longer stretch of my journey laid out. The bold line of the interstate, the tangle of smaller roads feeding into it. A little icon marked my current position, gliding along I-40 like nothing unusual had happened. Curious, or maybe stubborn, I tapped into the route history. For a second, it showed me exactly what I expected. The start point back near 29 Palms, the long run along the main highway, and then a branch where the shortcut had supposedly begun. A thin gray line snaked out into the pale beige of the desert, representing the road I had just taken. Except it wasn't right. The segment I had just driven was not labeled. No County Art 17, no State Route 117, no helpful text tags at all. It didn't even have the usual thin, uniform appearance of a minor road. Instead, the part of the route that should have shown my little detour appeared as a faint, broken trail. A dashed stroke of gray, like a sketch someone had started and not bothered to finish. When I zoomed in farther, the main roads remained crisp, with their neat names and numbers and exit icons. The shortcut stayed fuzzy, its line refusing to resolve. I tried to tap it. For a moment, the screen stuttered. The app acted like it was thinking, then snapped me back out to a broader view. The dashed piece of road still there, but slightly shifted, as if it were more suggestion than record. I checked the time estimate for my trip. The total duration made sense. Hours accounted for along the interstate, minutes at the gas station, and later the rest stop I would pull into. But the shortcut itself, there was no specific block of time attached to that segment. No neat 23 mins via SR1 or 17 label. Just the vague implication that I had gone one way rather than another, through a nowhere that the app barely seemed to acknowledge. It was as if someone had reached into the system and erased the name and timing of that road, leaving only the faintest trace to prove it had been there at all. I stared at that broken gray line until the truck drifted half an inch in its lane, and the rumble strip hummed under my tires, pulling my attention back to the present. Later, that little dash segment would haunt me almost as much as the bodies in the road. At the time, all I could think was that I had just driven through a place the map itself did not want to pin down. 4.1 Rest Area, Lights and Vending Machines. I stayed on I-40 because I did not know what else to do. The logical thing was to keep moving, get farther away, let the miles do what they usually do, blur the edges of bad memories. But logic felt thin. My grip on the wheel was still too tight. My eyes kept flicking to the phone, to that broken gray line that pretended not to know where I had just been. Then I saw it. A blue sign sliding into the edge of my headlights. Rest Area. 2 miles. The words hit me harder than the glow of the reflective paint. Rest area meant lights, cameras, bathrooms, vending machines, other people. A place anchored firmly enough in reality that someone had bothered to put a sign up for it. I did not think about it. I took the exit. The ramp curved away from the interstate in a smooth, predictable arc. The noise of the highway faded behind me, replaced by a different set of sounds. My tires rolled over smoother concrete. Ahead, a cluster of white lights bloomed, harsh and steady, hanging from tall metal poles and the low roofs of the rest area buildings. After the blackness of County Road 17, the place looked overexposed. Every surface was too visible, too defined. The parking lot was laid out in neat, painted rows. A handful of semis dozed nose to tail in the truck section, their cabs dark, engines ticking softly as they cooled. In the smaller vehicle area, a minivan sat with its interior light on, a woman in the driver's seat scrolling through her phone, the blue glow washing her face. I pulled into a spot near the edge, under one of the big lamps. The light made everything ugly. My truck, dust-coated and bug-splattered, looked like it had been hauled out of a quarry. The paint on the parking lines peeled in ragged curls. The concrete trash can near the sidewalk wore a dark smear down one side where something had leaked and never been cleaned properly. Even the trees planted around the edges looked cheap, their leaves a fake, plastic green under the sodium glare. Overhead, at the corner where the restroom building's roof jutted out over the sidewalk, a security camera was mounted, a little white dome angled toward the lot. Its presence should have been reassuring. It made me feel like something was staring at me from yet another direction. I turned the engine off. The sudden silence rang in my ears. For a moment, I just sat there, feeling my pulse slam against the inside of my wrists. Then the after sounds of the truck faded, and the rest area's soundscape rolled in. The distant rush of highway traffic, constant and ocean-like, came from beyond the trees. Closer, a vending machine hummed, its compressor cycling with a grumble that vibrated faintly through the soles of my shoes. When someone pushed through the restroom door, the metal hinges gave a squeak, then swung shut with a hollow bang that echoed off the concrete walls. I got out of the truck on legs that still felt half numb. The air here smelled aggressively clean in a way that only public facilities do. A mix of industrial cleaner, cheap floral air freshener, and the faint, sour undertone of too many bodies passing through. When I went into the restroom, the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead in long, screaming bars of white. The tile floor was wet in patches from a recent mop job. The water streaked with the dirt it had just moved around instead of removed. A urinal flushed behind me with a sudden thunderous rush, making me flinch. The automatic soap dispenser at the sink burped a glob of pink foam into my hand with a sad little wheeze. Somewhere in the stalls, the metal lock clacked and a door thumped shut. I splashed cold water on my face, watching my reflection in the streaky mirror. I looked like someone who had been up too long. Eyes too wide, pupils a little too big, a fine sheen of sweat across my forehead. There was a red line across my chest where the seatbelt had dug in. Under the harsh restroom lighting, it felt insane to even think about what I had just seen. In here, the world was reduced to stalls, sinks, a trash can overflowing with paper towels, and a printed sign reminding people to report suspicious activity to the authorities. I dried my face on a coarse paper towel, tossed it, and went back out. Near the vending machines, the floor was sticky with some old spill that had never been wiped correctly. The machines themselves formed a glowing wall of options: bottled water, sodas stacked in rows, chips, candy bars. Their refrigeration units thrummed tirelessly. Little red LEDs showed the prices. Another security camera watched that area too, tucked up under the roofline. It was almost comical. I had just driven through a stretch of road where I was certain there was no camera for miles, and now I could not turn my head without spotting one. I went back to the truck, sat down, and shut the door firmly, like the cab could still function as a kind of bunker. The rest area lights seeped in around the edges of the windshield, making the inside of the truck feel smaller. Like a theater when someone has turned all the house lights on during a horror movie. I took a breath, then another, then picked up the phone. This time, the signal bars were solid. 3, maybe 4. The letters LTE glowed confidently in the corner. I hit 911 again. The line connected almost immediately. 911, what is your emergency? A different voice this time. Female, neutral. The kind of tone they train into you. Concerned, but not yet alarmed. I swallowed. My throat felt raw. I need to report something on a rural road off I-40, I said. My own voice sounded strange to me, like it belonged to someone else. It looked like a staged accident, like a setup. There were 2 people lying in the road, and when I drove past, they got up. There were others hiding in the grass. I think they're trying to ambush drivers. There was a small pause. I could picture her at a console somewhere, with multiple monitors and a headset, making a quick mental decision about which box to put me in. "Okay, sir," she said after a beat. "I'm going to need some more information. First, are you currently in a safe location?" I glanced around the rest area. The bright lights, the sleeping semis, the woman still in her minivan, eating something out of a bag, the cameras staring sightlessly down. "I'm at a rest area off I-40 eastbound," I said. "I just merged back on a few minutes ago. I don't know the exact mile marker, but there was a sign. I took a shortcut from near 29 Palms. State Route 117, County Road 17, that's what my GPS said. And somewhere along that road, there was a car blocking both lanes and—" "Slow down a little, sir," she cut in, still calm. I could hear her fingers tapping on a keyboard. "Can you give me your approximate mile marker on I-40? You should see a small green sign nearby with a number on it." I exhaled through my nose, forcing down impatience. "I can get out and check," I said. That would be helpful. So I did. I left the truck running this time, its engine idling steadily, a familiar mechanical heartbeat at my back. I walked to the edge of the lot, following the curve of the on-ramp until I could see one of the little green posts planted near the shoulder. The numbers on it glowed faintly in the wash of the rest area lights. I told her. "Okay," she said. "And you said this was on State Route 117, County Road 17, between 29 Palms and where?" "I-40, I repeated. "Somewhere out there. I don't know the exact location. My GPS just showed it as a gray road. The accident was... It was a dark sedan across both lanes, trunk open, clothes scattered around, 2 people lying face down. No skid marks, no glass, no smoke. It didn't look right." "What do you mean, didn't look right?" There was still no skepticism in her voice, not overtly, just a slight tightening. I pinched the bridge of my nose, trying to line the images up into words that would not sound insane. "It looked placed," I said finally. "Arranged, like someone parked the car there and put those people on the ground on purpose. When I slowed down and went around them instead of stopping, I saw the man breathing, and his eye was open, watching me. And when I got past and looked in my rearview mirror, he and the woman both stood up, fast, not like they were hurt. And then other people stood up out of the grass on both sides of the road. More than 10 of them. They were all watching my truck." Another small pause. I could almost hear her deciding how much of that to write into the call notes. "Were you involved in any kind of collision with them?" she asked. "No," I said. "I went around. I didn't hit anyone. I didn't stop. I know that sounds bad, but it didn't feel safe. I thought it was an ambush. I've seen this kind of thing before, overseas. You put a fake accident out. You wait for someone to stop. You..." "Sir," she interrupted gently, "have you been drinking at all tonight?" There it was, the first crack. The question snapped something in me. Not because it was unfair. Statistically, she probably had to ask that 10 times a shift. But because it told me exactly how my story sounded on her end. Rambling, frantic, full of details that fit better in horror anthologies than in incident reports. "No," I said, too sharply. "I haven't had anything to drink. I'm coming off a move. I had gas station coffee, and that's it. I'm telling you what I saw." "I understand," she said, in a tone that made it clear she did not. "I'm just going through my required questions. You said you believe this was a staged accident with possible suspects hiding nearby?" "Yes." "And you're unable to give me a precise location," she continued. "But you believe it was on a county road feeding into I-40 eastbound, correct?" "Yes," I said again. "Okay. More typing. We'll get a patrol unit to sweep that area. Check for any disabled vehicles or individuals in distress. If we locate them and determine there is a criminal element involved, that will be handled appropriately." It was all so measured, so sanitized. A patrol unit, an area sweep, criminal element. "What if they're gone by the time anyone gets there?" I asked. "They were standing. They were organized, like they'd done this before." "We can't know that until officers get eyes on the scene," she replied. "For future reference, though, if you encounter what appears to be a serious accident, you should pull over at a safe distance, activate your hazard lights, and render aid if you are able, or at least check on the occupants while we dispatch emergency services." Render aid, check on the occupants. The cliched phrases felt obscene in my ears, rattling around with the image of that man's half-open eye glinting in my headlights. "If it's safe," she added, almost as an afterthought, "you should only stop to help if it's safe to do so. We don't want you putting yourself in danger." That last line stuck. If it's safe. Out there on that unmarked stretch of road, there had not been a single second when I believed I was safe. Not when I first saw the car. Not when I crawled past the bodies. Definitely not when I watched them stand up in my rear view and saw the others rise out of the grass. The operator could not see that. To her, I was just another voice on the phone, sending her half a story and asking her to fill the rest in with the bureaucratic version of common sense. I gave her my name, my number, the make and model of my truck, because she asked. I agreed to wait at the rest area for a little while, in case a trooper wanted to talk to me in person. Then I hung up and let the phone sit in my lap, screen dimming to black. Outside the truck, the rest area went on being aggressively, artificially normal. The vending machines hummed. A restroom toilet flushed in the distance. One of the semis started its engine with a deep, chest-shaking vroom, then settled into a rumble as the driver prepared to merge back onto the world. Inside the cab, the words, "if it's safe," echoed around in my skull, mocking. Because the part that no one on that phone line seemed to understand was simple. Whatever was going on out there on that road, it had nothing to do with safety at all. 4.2. Watching myself drive. Past them, sitting there with the phone cooling in my hand and the operator's words still echoing in my head, I realized there was only one thing that might make any of this feel less like a nervous breakdown. The dash cam. If I could see it again from outside my own skull, if I could watch the truck roll up on that sedan the way some stranger on the internet would, then I would know. Either I had just driven past the creepiest, most carefully staged crime in the state, or my brain was finally cashing in all the chips it had been stacking since deployment. The camera was mounted dead center near the top of the windshield, just behind the rearview mirror. A little black rectangle with a pinhole lens and a screen smaller than a credit card. I had installed it myself months earlier, run the cable up under the headliner, down the pillar, tucked it into the console. It recorded in loops onto a 128GB micro SD card, overwriting the oldest footage when it ran out of space. The kind of cheap insurance every long-haul driver I knew carried these days. I reached up and pressed the tiny button on the side. The screen woke with a faint beep and a flash of blue letters. Recording. The current timestamp sat in the corner, counting up. I tapped the mode button until it switched to playback, the icon changing to a little folder. Outside the truck, the rest area went on being itself. A semi's engine revved, then downshifted. Someone laughed near the vending machines, the sound bouncing thin and hollow off the concrete. The fluorescent lights buzzed. The hum of the soda machine vibrated in my seat. Inside, the dash cam chirped again as it brought up a list of files. Each one was a tidy 3-minute block, time-stamped. The camera's tiny internal speaker hissed faintly in the quiet between clips. I knew roughly when I had taken the shortcut, knew how long ago I had pulled off at the gas station, how much time had passed between the blue sign telling me to exit and the moment my headlights found that sedan in the road. Muscle memory kicked in. I scrolled through the files with the little toggle button, watching the minutes roll backward. When I hit what looked like the right window, I selected a file and hit play. The tiny screen showed exactly what I expected at first. Grainy night footage, the world compressed into a narrow field of view. 2 glowing lanes of asphalt, center line running straight up the middle, white edge lines drifting at the sides. The high beams picked up the reflective cat's eyes in the road ahead, making them wink on, then off as the truck rolled forward. There was sound too, tinny and thin from the camera's built-in mic. The steady drone of the engine, a faint hiss from the AC, the occasional whump as a bump in the road sent a vibration through the dash. Underneath it, barely audible, my radio before it had lost the station. Sports commentary, reduced to vague shouts and crowd noise, like hearing a game from a bar 2 doors down. I watched myself driving into the dark like it was someone else. The blue arrow on my phone's map was just visible at the edge of the frame, glowing faintly. The sky was a black void. The shoulders of the road were just a bit darker than the rest of the night. It was all exactly as I remembered. I tapped the fast-forward button. The road sped up, lines and patches of pavement turning into a gray ribbon. The hum of the engine shifted to a cartoonish whine. I slowed it down as the timestamp approached the moment I knew things had changed. Play. Normal speed. My stomach knotted up in anticipation. I leaned closer, close enough that my breath fogged the edge of the little screen. Empty road. Headlights. The droning dark. In my memory, this was when I had first seen that pale smear on the asphalt ahead. The hint of something reflecting my beams back at me wrong. Some tiny difference in the texture of the night that had frozen my foot between gas and brake. On the dash cam, nothing changed. The beam kept sweeping over the cracked asphalt, uninterrupted. No glow. No hint of metal across the lane. No scattered clothes. Just the same monotonous stretch of empty road it had been showing for the past 2 minutes. My jaw tightened. Maybe I was early. Maybe my sense of time was more shot than I thought. I let it play. 5 seconds. 10. And then, without warning, the world jumped. 1 frame. The truck was alone on the narrow 2-lane, my high beams carving the desert night into a smooth tunnel of gray and black. The horizon was featureless, a straight line where darkness met more darkness. The very next frame, the environment had completely changed. The dashcam view was suddenly filled with wide, well-lit concrete lanes. A green overhead sign flashed by at the top edge of the picture, white letters blurred but unmistakably freeway script. Other cars shared the road. You could see their taillights ahead, twin red dots sliding along the lanes, and the occasional oncoming headlight flare from the opposite side of the median. No sedan at an angle across my path, no open trunk, no bodies, no carefully scattered clothes or lonely teddy bear. Just me, already cruising along I-40 like the shortcut had never happened. The audio carried the same kind of glitch, except it did not sound like a glitch. There was no digital distortion, no burst of static, no electronic squeal. The low, constant rumble of the engine, the faint hiss of the AC, the murmur of the lost radio. All of it cut out completely for a beat. 1 second of clean sound, then a sudden, unnatural silence lasting maybe 2 seconds. Then the sound resumed, as if someone had turned down a volume knob and turned it back up in a new location. If you were not paying close attention, it might not have registered at all. I sat back a little, an unpleasant, hollow feeling opening up under my ribs. Maybe I had misjudged the file. Maybe this wasn't the right clip. Maybe the camera had rolled over into a new file right at the wrong moment. I backed out of the playback and selected the file before it. Night road, desert, center line. Same thing. The one after? Already on the interstate. Different timestamps. Different stars overhead. I went back to the one that had just skipped and watched the transition again. This time, frame by frame. The dashcam let me advance one still image at a time, each click of the button inching the truck down the road. Faded lines. Asphalt crater. Small shard of something reflective on the shoulder. Every detail was there, frozen and clear in low-resolution way. Click, click, click. I watched the empty stretch approach the point where, in my memory, the pale reflection of the sedan's paint had first appeared. My skin crawled. There was no car. Click, nothing. Click, nothing. Click. Freeway. No intermediate frames. No slow reveal of a dark shape ahead. The desert two-lane ended mid-motion, and the interstate began, spliced together like two scenes in a lazy video edit. My heart was pounding. There was sweat on my upper lip. The fluorescent lights of the rest area seemed too bright, buzzing hard above my cab, like they were pressing down on the roof. I ran through every explanation I could think of that did not involve me losing my mind. Maybe the dashcam had glitched. It happened. Heat, vibration, cheap Chinese manufacturing. Pick your culprit. Except when dashcams glitched in videos I had seen online, the footage turned into pixel soup, colors inverted, lines smeared across the screen. You got artifacts, blocks of green, purple snow, corrupted frames that screamed hardware error. This was not that. This looked clean, too clean. A straight surgical cut from before to after. No visual noise, no frozen frames, just missing time. I started the clip from the very beginning and watched it twice more. Same result. Desert road, empty, jump, interstate. The audio stayed just as troubling. The shift from one sound environment to the other was not masked by interference. It was as if someone had lifted the night out of the file and left behind a neat seam. 1 second, I could hear the particular hollow boom the cab made over the older road surface. Then a slip of silence where even the wind vanished. Then the smoother, higher-pitched hum of interstate concrete and the faint Doppler effect as other vehicles passed. My hands moved almost before my brain told them to. I reached up, pressed the dash cam's eject, and felt the little micro SD card click under my fingertip. It popped out halfway. I pinched it, that tiny sliver of plastic and silicone, suddenly very aware of how much of my sanity I was pinning on something that weighed less than a fingernail clipping. In the passenger side footwell, my laptop sat half buried under a hoodie. I pulled it out, opened it on my knees, and hit the power button. The screen glowed, reflecting faintly in the truck's windshield alongside the rest area lights. The OS loaded. The usual icons marched onto the desktop like nothing unusual had happened in the world. I plugged the micro SD into a USB adapter, then slid that into the laptop's port. The machine chimed once in recognition. A window popped up. Removable drive. D. No warnings. No corruption messages. Just a simple, ordinary directory. I opened it. The dashcam organized its videos in tidy folders by date. Inside the right one, all the clips were there. Long strings of numbers representing timestamps. Each file a neat, acceptable size. No missing chunks. No strange gaps. As far as the computer was concerned, the camera had been functioning perfectly all night. I right-clicked the file with the jump and pulled up its properties. The playback length was listed exactly as it should have been. 3 minutes, 0 seconds. The timestamp lined up with when I knew I had been on that road. The metadata, creation time, modification time, codec info, all looked normal, textbook. Nothing to suggest that the camera had choked or split the recording or done anything except its job. I double-clicked it. The media player opened. On a larger screen, the footage looked even more mundane. Empty desert road, the glow of my high beams, the faint reflection of my own dashboard. I watched it all over again. Night, lines, headlights, click in my mind where the sedan should appear. Instead, the frame hiccuped, so fast most people would never notice, and suddenly there were highway signs overhead and other drivers around me. The time counter at the bottom of the player did not jump. No sudden skip from 0057 to 0204. The seconds ticked smoothly upward, marching across the missing gap as if nothing had happened. The video thought those minutes were there. My eyes told me they weren't. I listened carefully, leaning in close to the laptop speakers when the moment of the cut approached. On either side, the truck's engine noise made a low, steady bed of sound. For exactly 1 beat at the midpoint, that bed vanished. No fade, no distortion, just 1 or 2 seconds of flat, digital quiet, like someone had highlighted that portion of the audio track and hit mute. If I had still believed in coincidences at that point, I might have called it a glitch, a fluke, a weird, one-off hardware burp that just happened to align with the strangest thing that had happened to me in years. But sitting there in that overlit rest area, the vending machines humming, the bathroom door squeaking open and closed, and the laptop screen glowing with proof that my camera thought it had recorded something and had nothing to show for it, coincidence felt like the least convincing option on the table. 4.3. The officer who did not find anything. The state police called me back a few hours later. By then, the rest area had started to empty out. The semi that had been idling near the far end of the lot was gone, leaving an oil stain where its engine had sat. The woman in the minivan had turned off her interior light. Her silhouette was just a lump in the driver's seat, head tipped back. The fluorescent buzz felt louder with fewer people around to soak up the sound. I had moved on too. The dispatcher asked me, politely, to stay put for a while in case a trooper wanted to speak in person. No one showed. After 45 minutes of watching the vending machines and my own reflection in the windshield, I decided that sitting there staring at cameras was not helping. I got back on the highway. By the time the phone rang, I was in Albuquerque, checked into a cheap motel off the interstate, the kind of place where the ice machine never quite works and the carpet never quite dries. The sky outside my window was just starting to think about lightning. That ugly gray hour where night is over, technically, but nothing looks better yet. The room smelled like an old sponge, trapped moisture, cleaning chemicals, and something sour that never fully left. The bedspread was a patterned brown that could have hidden any number of crimes. The wall-mounted AC unit under the window rattled and roared intermittently, blasting out air that was too cold at the lowest setting and too warm at the next one up. I lay on top of the covers, shoes still on, staring at the ceiling, the TV muttering to itself in the corner. A rerun of some decades-old sitcom played, laugh track rising and falling with grim cheerfulness. Through the wall, I could hear the dull thump of someone else's television, slightly out of sync with mine. Every so often, the elevator at the end of the hallway dinged, and muffled voices passed my door, then faded. When my phone buzzed on the nightstand, I nearly jumped out of my skin. The screen showed an unfamiliar number with an area code I recognized. I answered, "Hello. Is this Mr.?" The voice on the other end had that clipped, official cadence. Male, middle-aged, the faintest rasp of someone who spent too many hours on the radio. "Yeah," I said. "That's me." "This is Trooper Collins with the state police," he said. "I'm calling in reference to the report you made earlier about a possible staged accident on a county road feeding into I-40. I sat up, swinging my feet over the side of the bed. The carpet felt damp under my boots, even through the soles. "Yeah," I said again. "Did you guys find it?" He took a breath I could hear down the line. "We sent a unit to check the stretch of roadway you described," he said. "They drove it end to end twice. There were no disabled vehicles, no pedestrians, no debris in the roadway, no indication of any recent collision." I stared at the blank motel wall in front of me. The TV laughed behind me at a joke I had not heard. "Nothing?" I repeated. "Nothing," he confirmed. "Road's clear. Should be safe for travel." Something in the casual way he said that last part made my teeth clench. "Did they see any skid marks?" I asked. "Fresh ones? Any sign somebody could have spun out and then gotten towed before you got there? Clothes on the shoulder, maybe? A stuffed animal? Anything?" "Sir," he said, and this time there was a tiny trace of patience being tested. "They reported no signs of a traffic collision, no fresh skid marks, no personal items in the roadway or along the immediate shoulder, just the usual litter." "What about the truck?" I pushed. "Old delivery truck off to the left, cab door hanging open, no plates. Did they see that?" "If it's there, it's been there long enough. It didn't meet the threshold for a call out," he said. "They didn't note anything of that description as a hazard." My fingers dug into the cheap bedspread. "So you're saying there's nothing out there now," I said. "But I know what I saw. Blunt sedan across both lanes, trunk open, clothes everywhere, 2 people in the road. They weren't hurt. They were pretending. And there were others in the grass. They stood up. I caught myself. but too late. My voice had gone thin, almost wired. "Look," he said, and I could hear him shift, like he was leaning back in his chair. "I wasn't there. I can only go by what my guys report. We've had no other calls about anything unusual in that area tonight. No missing persons reports tied to that stretch. No evidence of a crash. I'm not saying you didn't see something, but as far as we can verify, there's nothing there now." The way he said it, "I'm not saying you didn't see something," landed like a soft slap. He did not accuse me of anything. He did not suggest drugs or alcohol. He did not threaten to charge me with filing a false report. If anything, his tone was almost courteous. That made it worse somehow. "Could it have been kids?" he added, like he was offering me a rope. We see that sometimes. Teenagers screwing around, trying to scare drivers. They see a car coming that doesn't slow down the way they expect. They grab their props and dive into the bushes. By the time a patrol shows up, it's just an empty road. Kids, teenagers, a prank. The image of those figures rising out of the grass, more than a dozen of them, coordinated, quiet, did not fit any definition of kids screwing around that I'd ever seen. But saying that out loud would not help. "Maybe," I said. He seemed relieved to have that word. "In any case," he said, "we appreciate you calling it in. If there is something going on out there, we'd rather know about it than not. We'll keep an eye on the area. In the future, though, if you encounter what appears to be injured persons in the road, the recommendation is to stop, activate your hazard lights, and attempt to render aid if it's safe to do so, or at least remain on scene until emergency services arrive." There it was again. If it's safe. "Would you have stopped?" I asked, before I could stop myself. "If you were alone on an unlit road, no cell service, and you saw what I saw, would you have stopped?" He went quiet for a second, like I had asked him to confess something. "I can't answer that hypothetically, sir," he said finally. "My job is to tell you what the guidelines are. That's what I'm doing. You didn't break any laws by continuing on. You called it in as soon as you could. That's what matters." What mattered to me was not the legal aspect. What mattered was that, to everyone I had talked to since I left that road, the whole thing was a shrug, a weird story, a line in a log, a sweep of a patrol car's headlights across empty pavement. "All right," I said. "Thank you for checking." "No problem. You have a safe night, sir." The line went dead. I sat there on the edge of the bed for a long minute, the phone heavy in my hand. The sitcom laugh track on the TV went up like a wave, then crashed down again. On screen, a set of characters in a brightly lit living room acted out some trivial misunderstanding, their problems solvable in 22 minutes plus commercials. Through the thin wall, the muffled ding of the elevator sounded again. Doors opened, closed. Car doors slammed out in the parking lot below. The dull thud reverberating up through the concrete. I told myself, firmly, that there were rational explanations. Maybe it was some group with a sick sense of humor, filming staged scare the driver videos for an audience somewhere online. Maybe they had spotters watching both ends of that stretch of road, and as soon as my taillights disappeared toward the interstate, they broke down their props, piled into their cars, and left no trace. Maybe they knew the patrol's response times better than the patrols did. It was easier to believe in a coordinated group of very dedicated criminals or pranksters than in the alternative. That the road itself had slipped sideways for a little while, briefly belonging more to whatever those people were than to any system of mile markers and patrol routes. I changed in the bathroom, splashed my face again with motel water that smelled faintly metallic, and came back out to the bed. I left the TV on, not because I was watching it, but because I could not stand the idea of turning it off and hearing only the AC unit and my own breathing. Eventually, I lay down, staring at the ceiling. The textured plaster looked like a map if I squinted, a mess of raised lines and ridges that could be roads, rivers, borders. Somewhere out there on the real map, County Road 17 existed, whether anyone wanted to admit it or not. The phone was on the nightstand, screen dark. It might as well have been a brick. I picked it up anyway. If the dash cam could be wrong, or edited, or whatever had happened to it, maybe the map could tell me something more. Something I had missed in my quick, panicked checking at the rest area. I opened Google Maps and went to the timeline feature, the one that logs where you have been, if you let it. I had never paid much attention to it before, but I knew it existed. A neat little stalker function built into my life. The day's route popped up as a list. Starting point near 29 Palms. A gas station icon where I had stopped. A line eastward. On the map, it traced my path in blue. From the apartment, down familiar streets, out onto the highway, then to the gas station, with a little fuel pump icon hovering confidently over it. From there, the line thinned and turned gray as it moved onto less traveled roads. The shortcut. Then finally back to blue when I merged onto I-40, a rest area icon marking where I had stopped later. Between the gas station and the interstate, though, there was a gap. Not empty, not completely. The line was there, but it was wrong. Instead of following the neat overlay of a known road, the segment between those 2 points was just a faint, translucent streak cutting across a pale beige expanse. No road name appeared when I zoomed in. No county designation. The map tiles showed only generic desert terrain, ghosted satellite imagery of scrub and dry washes. The gray route line floated over it like someone had drawn it freehand with a shaky stylus. The time bar at the bottom showed a smooth progression for the day. No blank section, no flagged period where the app admitted it did not know where I had been. Yet when I scrubbed the slider to cover the window, when I knew I had been on that shortcut, the little highlight jumped from at gas station to on I-40 eastbound in one neat leap. No in between. I zoomed in farther on the ghost road. The closer I got, the less sense it made. The line did not line up with any visible track or minor road. It just cut a diagonal slash over nothing. My thumb hovered over it. I do not know why I tapped it. Curiosity, maybe. A half-formed hope that some hidden label would pop up if I poked at the right spot, giving me a name, a number, something I could type into a search bar. Instead, the screen froze. For a second, nothing moved. The little blue interface buttons at the edges dimmed slightly. Then the app abruptly closed itself, dumping me back to my phone's home screen like a magician yanking a tablecloth. My heart ticked up a notch. I opened Maps again, slower this time. The main screen came up. I went back into Timeline, selected the same date. No route appeared. The list of places I had been that day was gone. Not replaced, not grayed out. Gone. The map sat blank. The message at the bottom reading, "No location history for this day." It was a small thing in the grand scheme of everything else. An app hiccup, a software bug, a privacy feature toggling itself at the worst possible moment. But lying there in that noisy, cheap motel room, with the AC unit rattling and the sitcom laugh track finally cut off, leaving a too quiet hole where it had been. The effect was the same as if someone had walked into the room and calmly erased part of my memory with a cloth. The gas station was still there, in my mind. The rest area was still there now, buried in the miles behind me. Between them, though, on the official record, there was nothing. Just a blank stretch of desert where, as far as the maps and the footage and the patrol logs were concerned, I had never driven at all. 5.1. Trying to forget and failing. For a while, I did a decent impression of moving on. I got the job in Albuquerque I had been aiming for. The one with a steady paycheck and benefits and a title vague enough that nobody outside the company understood it. Logistics and systems support. It meant I spent my days in an office park off a frontage road, hunched in front of multiple monitors, making sure other people's shipments and routes and deliveries made sense on a screen. It was funny, in a dark way. I went from being the guy who drove through empty places to being the guy who watched little icons crawl along digital maps, making sure they did not go missing. My life settled into a stable loop. Alarm at 6 a.m. The harsh buzz pulling me up from a sleep that never felt quite deep anymore. The cheap clock radio on my nightstand giving me the local station's weather and traffic report in the same cheerful tone, no matter what they were actually saying. Shower, coffee from the drip machine on my counter, the old kind that hisses and steams and gurgles like it is dying every morning, but never actually does. Toast eaten standing up over the sink. The hum of the refrigerator, the sigh of the apartment's central AC kicking on. Drive to work along roads that were never empty. Commuters merging, brake lights flaring, the occasional horn honking when someone cut someone else off. Stoplights, turn lanes, overhead signs, all the clutter and noise I had missed that night, now so constant I hardly saw it. At the office, the soundscape shifted to a different kind of white noise. The photocopier down the hall made a soft whoomp whir every time it started, followed by the steady chick 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 of paper feeding through. Someone's space heater clicked on under a desk, then off, then on again. The ventilation system hummed overhead, the AC pushing air through ducts, the compressors outside cycling with a low, distant thud you could feel more than hear. Keyboards clacked, mouse wheels scrolled. The digital ping of incoming emails sounded from phones and desktops in no particular rhythm, like small electronic hiccups. In conference rooms, Zoom calls started and ended every hour on the hour. The familiar bloop of someone joining filled the room's speakers. The slightly different ping of someone leaving followed later. Voices crackled through laptop mics, too loud or too soft. People talking over each other by half a second because of lag. It should have been comforting, all that ordinariness. Evidence that the world worked most of the time. That people's biggest problems were late shipments and misprinted labels, and which days they had to be in the office versus working from home. It did not quite land that way. Some days, the sounds blurred together into just office noise, and I could ride the flow. Other days, a certain combination would hit me wrong. The ventilation hum dropping out for a second, the printer stopping mid-run, the conversation next to me pausing all at once. And for that 1 second, the building would feel too quiet. Too much like that stretch of desert where everything but my engine had dropped out. Once, when the AC shut off for maintenance, the sudden absence of its background noise made my heart kick hard against my ribs before my rational brain caught up and reminded me that I was sitting in a cubicle surrounded by potted plants and corporate motivational posters, not in an unmarked stretch of nowhere watching strangers stand up out of the grass. I did not tell anyone at work about what had happened. I started to, once. There was a guy in my department, ex-Army, who liked swapping stories about bad convoys and weird checkpoints. It came close to slipping out over bad coffee in the break room. I even heard myself say, "I saw something on a road out by the state line once." Then I imagined his face when I got to the part where the bodies in the road stood up and the camera ate the footage. I saw the tightening around his eyes, the polite nod he would give while mentally filing me under guy who tells campfire stories like they're after-action reports. Or worse, the question that would eventually come, "So why didn't you stop?" The answer, because I thought they were going to kill me, and maybe worse, did not feel like something I could explain without sounding like a coward or a lunatic. So I swallowed it. Changed the subject to a normal near-miss story instead. A deer that had bolted at the wrong time. A jackknife truck someone else had told me about. With friends, the silence was easier. Most of them were old acquaintances from previous jobs, or the kind of people you collect in a new city. Roommates of coworkers, bar regulars, neighbors. We talked about shows, sports, rent prices, the general grind. When news stories about highway pileups or freak accidents popped up on the TV over the bar, my chest would tighten, and I would carefully sip my beer, nodding in the right places, while they dissected whose fault it was or how bad the traffic backup would have been. Every so often, someone would mention a creepy near miss of their own. My cousin almost hit this guy who just lay down in the middle of the interstate like he was daring cars to run him over. We came around this bend, and there was a burning car right on the shoulder. Nobody around. Fire just going. It was off. Those stories made my skin crawl in a different way. Some part of me wanted to latch onto them. Say, "Tell me exactly where. Tell me what it looked like. Did anything feel wrong?" Another part of me wanted to plug my ears and walk away. Most nights, I managed to go to bed without thinking about County Road 17. Most mornings, I woke up and did what I was supposed to do. Answered emails, adjusted routes, nodded through meetings. But the thing about trying to bury something is that you are the one who has to live on top of it. Half a year after that night, I had an evening where sleep refused to cooperate. It was a Tuesday. Nothing special about it. The day at work had been uneventful. I had come home, microwaved leftovers, watched a couple of episodes of some forgettable show everyone was recommending. I checked my phone, scrolled mindlessly through social media, put the phone down, turned off the lamp, and lay in the dark. I did not feel particularly anxious, just awake. The apartment's sounds, which I usually filtered out, were too loud. The fridge compressor kicked on with a low thrum, then clicked off. The neighbor upstairs walked across their living room, the timbre of their footsteps changing when they crossed from carpet to kitchen tile. A car rolled through the parking lot outside, tires crunching over loose gravel, then faded. As my body stubbornly refused to drift off, my mind did what minds do. Wandered to the one place it had been trying not to go. The sedan, the open trunk, the eye. By 1 in the morning, I stopped pretending I was going to sleep. I got up, padded barefoot into the living room, and sat down on the couch with my laptop. The blue-white of the screen felt harsh in the dark, but I did not turn on any lamps. There was something about keeping the rest of the room shadowed that made me feel less exposed. For a minute, I just sat there with the cursor blinking in a blank search bar. Then I started typing. Staged accident highway ambush. Enter. Page after page of results loaded. News articles from different states and countries, some recent, some old. Gangs faking breakdowns to lure in Good Samaritans. Criminals using fake crash victims to jack cars. Warnings from police departments telling people to call from their vehicles instead of approaching anyone on foot in isolated areas. I clicked through a few, scanning, my chest tight. Some details overlapped with what I had seen. Cars parked sideways, people lying in the road, items scattered to make it look real. None of them mentioned bodies getting up in perfect coordination or entire stretches of map going gray. Next search, bodies lying in the road robbery scam. More articles, more warnings, grainy footage from dash cams and security cameras, a few shaky cell phone videos of almost got robbed stories. Comments underneath, ranging from helpful to mocking. I went deeper. Fake crash desert New Mexico, I typed. Most of what came up this time was noise. Headlines about legitimate accidents on rural roads. A few forum posts from hunters and long-haul truckers talking about creepy stretches of highway, but nothing that made my heart jump. I refined the search, added more words, took some out, changed desert to nowhere, then to 2-lane. I scrolled so far down the results that the pages started to feel like an archaeological dig through the internet's lower layers. Older blogs, dead forums, cached scraps of conversations. That was where I found it. A Reddit link, 5 or 6 years old, on a now quiet subforum about things that made you nope out on the road. The title was not dramatic, just, anyone else see something like this on a back road in NM? I clicked. The original post was still there, though the username had been deleted. You deleted. The gray, generic Reddit avatar. No profile to click through. The story, though, was almost painfully familiar. The OP described driving a rural highway at night somewhere between Arizona and New Mexico, taking a shortcut my GPS recommended. They came around a bend and found a dark car across both lanes, trunk open, stuff all over the road. 2 people were lying face down, one nearer their lane, one closer to the center. No smoke, no hazard lights, no visible damage. I slowed down and was going to stop, the poster had written. But something felt off. They were too clean, too neatly placed. No blood, no glass, just arranged. I went around them instead, real slow. My throat went dry as I read. The OP did not mention the eye partly open, or the movement, but they did say that when they looked in their mirror, both bodies were no longer in the same position. I swear they were different, like maybe they had started to sit up, they wrote. Might have been my imagination. Either way, I gunned it, told myself to forget about it. Now I kind of wish I'd called the cops, but at the time, I just wanted to get away. Underneath, the comments were the usual Reddit mix. Half a dozen people said it was a known tactic used by criminals to rob or carjack people. A few told the OP they were an asshole for not stopping in case it was real. Others said they had seen similar setups in different states. Fake breakdowns, people signaling for help near unlit exits. One comment, from a user with an ordinary-sounding name, stood out. Dude, this is going to sound crazy, but my cousin and I were driving that exact area last summer and saw almost the same thing, they wrote. Sedan sideways, trunk open, clothes in the road, 2 people lying down. We slowed, but there was something wrong about it. We ended up backing away and turning around. We thought we were being paranoid, but now I'm not so sure. There were a couple of replies to that one. People asking for more details. Did you get a plate? What road was it exactly? Any landmarks? The user replied once more. All I know is it was off some county road between 29 Palms and the 40, they wrote. We were just following Google, man. And before anyone asks, yeah, we told the cops. They said they checked and didn't find anything. Go figure. And then, below that, one last comment. No upvotes, no replies. OP deleted this after his cousin disappeared on that road 2 weeks later, it read. The username was different. Someone else chiming in after the fact, months later, according to the timestamp. They claimed to know the people involved. It could have been bullshit. Internet drama. The kind of thing people tack on to old threads to stir the pot. The post itself showed as removed. My cursor hovered over the comment like I expected more to appear if I waited. Nothing did. In the dark of my living room, the laptop screen glowed cold against my face. Somewhere in the apartment building, a pipe knocked. 3 hollow thuds in quick succession. The fridge compressor cycled off, and for half a second, the apartment went too quiet. I stared at that single sentence. OP deleted this after his cousin disappeared on that road 2 weeks later, until the words lost their shapes and turned into a blur. Then I closed the browser, shut the laptop, and sat there with it on my knees, listening to the building breathe, knowing that whatever had happened to that cousin, whatever had really been on that road, forgetting was not going to be an option. 5.2 Patterns and a familiar description. Once you see something you cannot explain, your brain starts looking for it everywhere. After that Reddit thread, I told myself I was done. Close the laptop, go to bed, go to work. Pretend the world was still the kind of place where weird stories on the internet were just that, stories. That lasted maybe 2 nights. By the end of the week, I was back on the couch, lights off, laptop open. This time, I knew exactly what I was looking for. I stopped using normal Google searches and went where the older stories live. Trucking forums with outdated interfaces. Facebook groups with names like I-40 Night Owls and Southwest Long Haul Talk that looked like they had been made a decade ago and barely updated since. Archive sites that scraped deleted posts and cached them in ugly gray text. I was expecting to find nothing, honestly. Or maybe a handful of stories so different from mine that I could wave them away and say, see? Not the same. Instead, I started seeing the same skeleton over and over again. Details changed. Weather, year, exact location, vehicle. But the bones stayed the same. It was always a stretch of road in the middle of nowhere. Usually desert. Sometimes scrubland. Sometimes described as flat nothing for miles, or a 2-lane with no reason to exist. It was always at night. It was always a car blocking the road. Dark sedan across both lanes, one post said. Older 4-door, maybe blue or gray. Sideways like someone had just spun it and walked away, another wrote. The trunk was almost always open. Trunk popped, clothes everywhere. Suitcase busted open, stuff all over the road. Quieter accounts. The ones that read less like someone chasing karma and more like someone writing because they could not stand holding it alone, repeated the same key pieces. No hazard lights. No smoke. No visible damage. No skid marks. And at least one person, sometimes 2, lying face down in the road. Guy flat on his stomach, arms out, One trucker had written on a forum that now only existed through a cached copy. No blood, no glass. Like he laid down for a nap right there on the paint. Another. Woman in the lane, face down, hand stretched across the line. No sign of injury. Didn't move when I honked. Yo, reading those, I could feel my hands tightening around the edges of my laptop, even though I was alone in my living room. My own truck was parked 3 floors down in the lot, under a buzzing sodium lamp. The AC in my apartment murmured through the vents. The fridge hummed, then clicked off. Somewhere down the hall, a door shut too hard, the sound traveling through the sheetrock in a muffled slam. Every everyday noise tagged itself, whether I wanted it to or not, to the memory of that impossible quiet out on County Road 17. One post hit harder than the others. It was from a trucking forum with beige background and blue links, the kind of place that had not changed its design since dial-up died. The thread was 10 years old, according to the timestamps. Its title, "Anyone else get spooked on county name redacted back road?" The original poster said he had been doing overnight runs through that county for nearly 20 years, knew every mile marker, every gas station and diner and lot where you could catch a couple hours sleep. One night, he took a lesser-used county road to shave time off his trip. Middle of nowhere, he wrote. No lights, no houses, just my rig and the desert. You could almost swap his description line for line with mine. He came around a shallow bend, and there it was. A car sideways, trunk open, stuff in the road. 2 people on the ground, face down. At first, I thought it was a bad wreck, he wrote. Slowed down, hit my hazards, thinking, okay, here we go. Time to call it in and see if anyone's alive. But the closer I got, the more my hackles went up. No smoke, no busted glass, no skid marks. They were just there. Then he mentioned the grass, looked over at the ditch, and I swear to God, I saw the weeds moving like somebody had just let go of them, his post said. Like you do when you're trying to hold something down and keep still. Both sides of the road, little patches of movement. Could have been the wind, but there wasn't enough wind that night to move a leaf, let alone whole clumps of grass. He said he'd gotten a bad feeling. You know that wrong. You taste in the back of your throat? He wrote. Had that. Real strong. So I did something I'm not proud of. I eased off the brake, eased back off the hazards, got over as far as I could, and just went around them. He described the way his trailer tires missed one of the scattered bags by inches, the way the figures in the road did not move at all. I figured if they were really hurt, one of them would flinch when 80,000 pounds of truck rolled by 3 feet from their heads, he wrote. He had turned his CB off earlier. He mentioned that like a confession, and did not turn it back on until he was miles away. When he did, the channel was dead. No chatter, just faint static. Then he mentioned something that made my stomach drop. I checked my mirror after I passed, he wrote, just to make sure I wasn't crazy, and I'll be damned if, the second I was far enough past, I didn't see those hazards come on. Both flashers, nice and even, like somebody had just tapped the switch, blinking away in my rear view like they were waving goodbye. I read that line 3 times, even though I did not need to. It sunk in anyway. Hazard lights. I could see them as clearly as if I were back in my own truck, watching that amber pulse start up behind me in the narrow slice of the mirror. The way the light had washed over the legs of the man and woman, over the edges of the scattered clothes. the way it had looked like someone signaling that the show was over. The replies to that thread ranged from the predictable, "You did the right thing," probably a carjacking setup, kids messing around, to the more unsettling. One user, years later, had dug the thread up and added a comment that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "Not sure if you'll ever see this, OP," they wrote, "but I live in that county." There's been a couple of weird disappearances near that road over the years. My uncle, for one, worked the swing shift at a warehouse, drove home the same way every night. Last time anybody saw him was leaving the parking lot around 11:30 p.m., telling his coworker he'd see him tomorrow. The reply went on to describe how the uncle never made it home. No one heard from him again. He usually took the main highway, the commenter wrote, but his phone GPS history, what little the cops could pull, showed him heading to I-40 on some faster route the app recommended. That's literally how it was labeled on the map when his wife checked later. Faster route. A few days after he vanished, someone found his car. Or rather, found where it should have been. Local paper said, "Vehicle vanished, driver presumed missing," the commenter wrote. He clocked out, drove off, and somewhere between work and home, he and the car just didn't exist anymore. They dragged a couple of washes, checked the obvious ravines. Nothing. You can still find the article if you look hard enough. They made him sound like he just drove away from his life. That's not who he was. The mention of the local paper made me open a new tab. It did not take long. Small newspapers do not have the luxury of constant updates. They leave their archives up like ghosts. I found a short, bland article with a photo of a smiling man in a polo, his face slightly washed out by the flash. The text was familiar. "Local man missing?" the headline said. "Vehicle not recovered." It was sparse. Name, age, where he worked, what he had been driving. Last seen leaving his job at the end of his shift. Police asking anyone with information to come forward. One line near the end mentioned that cell phone data placed him on a rural roadway between town and I-40 at approximately 12:15 a.m. before contact was lost. I scrolled back up to the date, 10 years ago, almost to the month. I went back to the trucking forum tab. The original poster's username on that thread had been deactivated. Just guessed now, with no link. The main trucker's story was still there, preserved in cached text. The later reply about the missing uncle was too. In my apartment, the fridge kicked on again. The hum vibrated faintly through the cabinet doors. The central AC unit coughed, then resumed its regular sigh. At the far end of the hall, somebody's door opened and closed, the latch clacking. Every small domestic sound felt like it belonged to a different planet than the one I was reading about. I sat there, in a pool of laptop light, listening to the building breathe and trying to process the weight of it. My experience had not been unique. Not some isolated hallucination born from too many miles and old training. At least two other people, that trucker and the deleted OP from Reddit, had seen something that looked so much like what I had seen that you could lay the descriptions on top of each other and barely tell them apart. Dark car, trunk open, clothes scattered, face-down bodies, uninjured, grass moving, hazard lights that only came to life after the witness chose to leave. And on top of those, someone whose family member had driven that route, taken that faster way, and never arrived where they were supposed to arrive. A vehicle that, according to the official record, had vanished. all of it scattered in little pieces across the internet. Old posts on dying forums, comments under forgotten threads, local articles buried under new tragedies. No central narrative. No neat pattern you could hand to an investigator and say, "Here, this is happening. Do something." Just a handful of voices, years apart, describing the same setup on the same kind of road in the same patch of map the app itself did not quite seem to want to acknowledge. A thing that kept happening out there, in the dark, on a road that was technically there, and also, somehow, wasn't. The longer I sat there listening to my own apartment, the fridge, the AC, the muffled slam of the neighbor's cabinet, a car alarm 2 blocks over, chirping once and falling silent, the more those ordinary sounds started to feel like a thin shell. On the other side of that shell, there was something organized. Something that knew that modern drivers trusted route suggestions more than instinct. Something that understood how to arrange props and people in a way that would pull most decent folks out of their vehicles and into reach. Something that had been practicing, perfecting, for at least a decade. And the worst part, the thing I could not quite shake, was this. If I had not gone looking, if insomnia had not driven me onto those old forums and comment sections, I never would have known that what I saw had a pattern at all. It would have stayed just what everyone wanted it to be. A weird, isolated story some guy told himself to explain why a piece of road felt so wrong. 5.3. The message in my inbox. At some point, watching strangers' old stories stopped being enough. Reading about the trucker, the missing uncle, the deleted Reddit OP. It all made what I had seen feel less lonely, but also less containable. Like I was watching the outline of something big through frosted glass, shapes, not edges. The thing that finally pushed me over the line was stupidly small. It was a news alert, of all things. A little banner that slid down over my phone screen one afternoon at work while I was staring at a spreadsheet. Local authorities warn drivers against stopping for suspicious roadside situations, it said. I clicked it. The article was generic. A sheriff in another county, a different state, warning about people faking breakdowns to rob drivers. It had nothing to do with New Mexico, or County Road 17, or hazard lights that came on after you left. But seeing it phrased as a situation, as if all of this could fit neatly under that single bland word, flipped something in my head. That night, back in my apartment, I opened my laptop again. This time, I did not go trawling through old threads. I made a new one. I picked a mid-sized forum frequented by drivers and night workers, the kind of place where people traded stories about weird shifts and lonely highways. I made a throwaway account with no real username and no identifying details, then sat there for a long minute with the create post box empty, cursor blinking. When I finally started typing, I kept it vague on purpose. I said I was a driver who had taken a faster route a few years back, somewhere between California and New Mexico. I mentioned an accident scene that did not look right. Car across both lanes, trunk open, clothes scattered, 2 people lying face down in the road with no visible injuries. I said I had driven around them instead of stopping because something felt wrong, and that when I looked in my mirror a minute later, the scene had changed. That was all. No mention of eyes opening. No mention of figures in the grass. No mention of vanished footage or missing route history. Just the bare bones. At the end, I wrote, "Has anyone else seen something like this?" Not asking to be judged about whether I should have stopped, Just want to know if I'm alone in this." I hit post, then immediately regretted it. The first replies came in fast. "Bro, you watch too much YouTube," one said. "Yeah, it's called Criminals Staging a Robbery," another wrote. "You did the right thing by not stopping. End of story." Someone else joked, "Plot twist. OP is the guy in the road." A couple of users got into an argument about Good Samaritan laws and whether I was legally or morally obligated to have stopped. One insisted I was a coward. Another defended me, pointing out that no amount of good intentions was worth getting shot in a ditch over. The whole thing felt like sitting in a bar, listening to strangers argue about a movie they had half watched. I closed the tab 3 times, opened it again 3 times. Hours passed. The apartment settled around me as the night deepened. The fridge cycled on and off. The upstairs neighbor's TV went from normal volume to the faint thump of late-night reruns. Eventually, the hallway outside my door went quiet. No more doors opening and closing. No more muffled conversations. I was about to shut the laptop and write the whole thing off as a bad idea when a small red notification badge popped up over the message icon on the forum. One new direct message. For a second, I assumed it would just be more trolling. Somebody wanting to tell me privately that I was an idiot or trying to get more lurid details for a story. The sender was Road Watcher 0. No avatar, just the default gray silhouette. Join date, that day. Post count, 0. The subject line was, "I saw it too." My fingers felt clumsy on the trackpad as I clicked. The message was short. "I saw the same accident." I stopped. Just those 2 sentences, stacked like a punch. My mouth went dry. I swallowed and kept reading. This was about 3 years ago for me. Night run, coming down from CA. Took a faster route my GPS showed me because I was tired of the interstate, 2-lane in the middle of nowhere. Came around a bend and saw exactly what you described. Car sideways, trunk open, clothes everywhere. 2 people in the road face down. No damage to the car that I could see. No smoke, no other vehicles. My heart started doing that thing where it felt out of sync. A stutter, then a slam. I'm not military, no training, nothing like that. I just thought, oh shit, wreck, and hit my brakes. Stopped maybe 30, 40 feet back. Hazards on, like you're supposed to. I got out and started walking toward them, calling out, "Hey, you guys okay?" No answer. They didn't move. No groaning, no trying to get up. Just lying there. I could see it in my head with terrible clarity. My own headlights replaced by his, painting the scene in harsh white. I was maybe 10 feet away when I started hearing it. The grass. Even in text, the way he wrote, that made my shoulders tense. It was like the sound of somebody thrashing around, but trying to be quiet. Not steady like the wind. Patches of it moving, right and left, then stopping. Like someone forgot how to breathe and was holding it in the wrong parts. One of the people on the ground, the guy, lifted his head. Not like he was dazed, not struggling. Just raised his head up and looked at me. I found myself holding my own breath, sitting on my couch hundreds of miles and several years away from whatever had happened to him. I couldn't see his face real clear, but I saw enough. His eyes were open. He was tracking me. No blood, just dirt on his cheek. I swear he made eye contact. It felt like that anyway. Everything in me went cold at once. I glanced up, reflexively, at my own living room windows. They reflected nothing but the vague shapes of furniture and the pale rectangle of my laptop screen. I turned around and bolted back to my truck. Didn't even try to look tough about it. Just ran. I could hear the grass going crazy on both sides of the road now. Footsteps? I don't know. It sounded like bodies pushing through it. More than one. I got to the door, yanked it open, and as I was climbing in, something hit the back window. I could almost hear the impact in my head, the hollow shock of glass flexing. Not like a bullet, more like a rock or a piece of metal. It didn't break the glass, but it spiderwebbed it. I still have the truck. That crack is still there. The shop said it was blunt force from outside. No idea what exactly. I hit the gas before the door was even all the way shut. Tires squealed, almost went into the ditch. Didn't care, just wanted distance. My palms were sweating onto the laptop's edge now. The apartment felt smaller. The AC's steady exhale had taken on a wheeze. In the mirror, as I was pulling away, I saw people coming out of the grass. A lot of them. Couldn't tell how many. Shadows. Some on my side of the road, some on the other. They went straight to where my truck had been stopped. One of them bent down, like they were looking at the ground where I'd been standing. I read that line twice. I didn't call the cops until the next day. Stupid, I know. I was scared I'd get in trouble for leaving the scene or something. When I finally did call, they said the same thing yours told you. Drove the road. Didn't find anything. No signs of a crash. So yeah, you're not alone. I sat there, staring at that, feeling a mix of relief and something uglier. Because if he was telling the truth, then my night on that road was part of a bigger pattern. And that pattern was hunting people who did what the pamphlets and PSAs told them to do. Stop. Help. Be a good person. The message ended with a final paragraph. I don't post about this. I made this account just to answer you. I know how it sounds, but listen to me. They know when you see them. Don't go back there. My eyes caught on that sentence and stuck. They know when you see them. It echoed in my head, tangled up with my memory of that half-shut eye tracking me as I inched past, with the mental picture of figures rising out of the grass only after my truck had cleared them, with the hazard lights clicking on like a signal, not a warning. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. I started to type back. Do you remember which road? Any landmarks? Did your GPS record it? Did anything weird happen to your dashcam? I got as far as, do you when the notification in the corner of the screen changed. The little envelope icon next to Road Watcher 0 grayed out. A tooltip popped up when I hovered over their name. User not found. My reply box blinked, then cleared itself. The thread of our conversation, his single long message, remained visible for a few seconds, then flickered. The forum refreshed. Where Road Watcher Davar had been, there was now just deleted user. I clicked their profile out of reflex. A blank page loaded with a generic line. This user does not exist. Blocked, I thought first. Maybe he sent the message and then immediately blocked me for paranoia's sake. Except blocking someone on that platform did not remove your account. It just hid your content from them. This was different. This was a scorched earth. The timing was what did it. He had sent that last line. They know when you see them. Don't go back there. Less than a minute before. Half the rational explanations lined up immediately. New account, burner email. Guy got spooked after hitting send and nuked his profile. Or one of the mods saw the message flagging system somehow and preemptively removed an account they thought was trolling. The other half of my brain was quieter, but it did not go away. They know when you see them. The fridge chose that moment to shut off with a soft click. The AC compressor cycled down. For a heartbeat, the apartment went still. I sat in that thin quiet, with only the faint buzz of my laptop's fan and the distant rumble of traffic 3 floors below, and felt something I had not felt even on that road. Not just watched, not just followed. Marked. 6.1. The decision to drive that way. Again, people like to say, time makes things softer. Maybe that is true for certain kinds of memories. Bad breakups, embarrassing moments, arguments where you said the wrong thing and wish you had not. They fade at the edges, lose their sharpness, become stories you can tell at parties. This one did the opposite. The further I got from that night, the clearer it became. At first, it showed up in flashes. A random stretch of highway at dusk would make my hands grip the wheel a little tighter. A car stopped on the shoulder, with its hazard lights blinking, would turn my stomach over. If the radio cut to static for more than a second, I would catch my breath, waiting for the world to jump. Then it started creeping into my sleep. I would dream about a dark road, nothing but my headlights ahead, and realize mid-dream that my truck was not moving forward anymore. I was pinned in place, shellacked to a strip of asphalt that refused to end. Behind me, in the mirror, an orange light would start pulsing. Not one hazard triangle, but dozens, lined up on both sides of the road like runway markers. Each blink made the shadows in the grass stand up taller. Some nights, I did not see anything in the dreams at all, just heard the sounds. Wind through a broken seal. The absence of my engine's hum. That ugly clean cut in the audio file where a few seconds of real time had gone missing. I would wake up to the very ordinary sigh of my apartment's AC and the soft tick of the kitchen clock. Heart racing like I had sprinted up a hill. It would have been easy to blame it on stress, on old deployment ghosts, on too much late-night reading about other people's brushes with the road. I tried. I told myself all the textbook things, intrusive thoughts, unresolved trauma, fixation. I even started to write the whole incident down once in a notebook, just bullet points, hoping that putting it on paper would drag it out of the place in my head where it had nested. The notebook stayed half filled. The feeling did not leave. What finally shifted it from background radiation to something else was a news story in a corner of a local site that most people probably scrolled right past. It was a dry weekday morning. My apartment was lit by the pale, washed-out sun Albuquerque gets in late winter, when the sky looks too big and too flat. The coffee maker was doing its usual noisy drip routine on the counter, filling the air with that burnt, bitter smell I had somehow convinced myself meant productivity. My phone sat next to my mug, screen lighting up every few seconds with calendar reminders and work emails. One notification slipped in under the others from a local news app I had forgotten I had installed. Burned vehicle found in remote desert area. Investigation ongoing. I tapped it without thinking. The article was short. A few paragraphs. A photo of what was essentially a skeleton, metal frame, and twisted blackened panels of what had once been a compact car sitting in a patch of scrub surrounded by caution tape. The caption said the vehicle had been discovered on Bureau of Land Management land not far from a rural county road east of the state line. No license plate was legible. No VIN could be pulled from the wreckage. They did not know who owned it. There were no remains in the car, the sheriff said. If there had been anyone in it when it burned, scavengers and time had taken care of any easy answers. The phrase, "not far from a rural county road east of the state line," sat there on the screen like it was nothing. I zoomed in on the little map graphic they had included. It was vague, the kind of simplified illustration meant for casual readers, but the shapes were familiar. The jagged borderline, the long east-west line of I-40, the little unlabeled tick where 29 Palms would be. About there, in the blank space between those things, they had dropped a dot. Not evidence, not proof, but close enough that my hands started to shake around my coffee mug, just a little. If that burned-out car had nothing to do with what I had seen, if it was just some stolen vehicle joyridden and torched by bored kids, the math still landed in a place I did not like. Something bad had happened out near where the road I remembered existed. Something that left no easy answers behind. I spent the rest of the morning going through the motions of my routine, getting dressed, driving to work, sitting through meetings where people argued about warehouse inventory levels and software updates. I nodded where I needed to nod, spoke when someone asked me something directly, and otherwise lived in the narrow space between the way the fluorescent lights buzzed and the way that burned-out frame had looked in the photo. By the time I came home that night, I knew I was going back. It was not some macho impulse. I did not imagine myself rolling up on the scene, confronting a ring of roadside predators and rescuing anyone. There was no heroism in what I felt. If anything, it was petty and selfish. I wanted proof that the road existed. I wanted something I could point to and say, there, that's where it happened. It is real. I did not fabricate an entire geography. If there was nothing there, just empty desert, no nameless shortcut, no faint gray streak on a map anymore, then I would have to accept a different set of possibilities. Ones I did not like any better. The next morning, I woke up with a sense of clarity that felt like calm and dread braided together. My apartment sounded the same as it always did. The coffee machine growled to life when I hit the button, water heating with a low, burbling cough before it started dripping through the filter. The thin stream of liquid ticking into the pot made a hollow plink-plink against the glass, building into a soft rushing sound as the level rose. I pulled a mug out of the cabinet. Ceramic clinked on wood when I set it on the counter. The fridge door seal made its little soft suction noise when I opened it for creamer, then thumped shut. My phone buzzed twice with early morning work texts. One coworker asking if I had seen a report he had sent last night. Another forwarding a calendar invite for a meeting next week with the kind of subject line that promised an hour of my life I would never get back. Q2 route optimization discussion. I texted back one-word replies. Yes, got it. Then I set the phone face down on the table. The apartment looked like itself. The same half-crooked picture on the wall I kept meaning to straighten. The same stack of unsorted mail by the door. The same faint stain in the hallway carpet from a spilled drink months ago. It all had a strange, heightened quality, like a movie set I had stepped onto instead of my own life. I caught myself thinking, absurdly, this might be the last normal morning, as the coffee maker beeped its completion tone and fell silent. I poured coffee. The smell rolled up, familiar and dull. I added too much creamer without meaning to. The spoon clinked a little too loudly in the mug as I stirred. On the counter next to my keys sat the things I had started laying out the night before. The way you do before a trip, you are not fully sure you will take until you see the bag actually packed. Phone, fully charged. A thick power bank with 2 cables wrapped around it. A printed stack of maps, actual paper, lines, and labels, in case the app decided to have another mysterious episode in the middle of nowhere. I had gone to an old-school website and printed the quadrants that covered the empty space between the known roads. Next to that, in its case, the new dashcam. This one was an upgrade. Dual channel, front and rear. Higher resolution, better low-light sensor. Hardwired into the fuse box, so it would be recording well before the engine ever turned over. Its box had boasted tamper-proof file storage and event lock, as if any of that would matter if whatever had eaten the footage last time decided to get hungry again. Beside the camera case sat a small black handgun in a worn holster. Legal, registered, cleaned recently. I had carried one ever since the night on that road, not because I thought a .40 caliber pistol could solve everything, but because some part of me felt physically wrong not having something solid and weighted within reach. I checked it anyway. Magazine seated, round chambered, safety on. A ritual as automatic as brushing my teeth. I loaded everything into a small duffel. The weight of it tugged at my shoulder as I carried it out to the truck. Outside, the world refused to participate in my sense of impending doom. The sky was a bland blue. A couple of wispy clouds drifted over the city like they had nowhere particular to be. Cars in the lot started up, exhaust condensing briefly in the cool morning before dissipating. A neighbor called out to someone from the balcony above me, their voice light, casual, complaining about traffic. My truck sat where I'd left it, paint a little more sun-bleached than I remembered, windshield freckled with the remains of insects from a dozen small commutes. I unlocked it, the familiar chirp of the alarm disarming sounding exactly the same as it always did. I mounted the new dash cam on the glass, suction cup hissing as it sealed. The power cable snaked down the pillar into the dash like a vein. When I turned the key, the device woke with a soft chime, its screen briefly showing my own face reflected in the glass before switching to the view ahead. Recording. The rear camera, a small eye on the back window, blinked its tiny LED. I sat there for a second, letting the engine idle, letting the AC push cool air into the cab. The radio stayed off. The only sounds were the steady rumble of the motor and the faint fan noise from the vents. On the passenger seat, my phone lit up again. A calendar reminder for that Q2 meeting. I swiped it away. When I opened Maps, the app obligingly centered on my current location. Blue dot in a city grid. Restaurants, gas stations, little icons for points of interest cluttering up the screen. I typed 29 Palms into the search bar. It found it easily, traced a bright line between here and there along the major highways, like it was planning someone's vacation from Albuquerque to 29 Palms via I-40 and the main connector. X hours, Y minutes, all in blue, no gray shortcuts. I waited. Last time, all those years ago, the app had immediately popped up an alternative in friendly text. Faster route available. Save 22 minutes. That had been the temptation, the little algorithmic nudge that had sent me down the wrong road. Now, nothing like that appeared. No suggestion. No Tri-County Road 17. Just the safe, predictable, sanctioned way. I tried different starting points. Entered the gas station I had used as a landmark all those years ago. Dragged the route line around to see what it snapped to. The app refused to show me a path through the blank space where I knew, with a certainty that made my jaw ache, that a road existed. Fine. I switched to manual. 2 fingers on the screen. I began to zoom out, then pan west, following I-40 across the empty beige spaces between towns. The familiar names slid by. Gallup, Holbrook, Flagstaff. I kept going. Eyes on the places where the big lines thinned and branched. Past the state line, I slowed, zooming in again. The map dissolved into a web of lesser roads, most of them labeled with neat combinations of letters and numbers. County routes, service roads. A faint thread of gray spooling off the interstate here, another there. I moved my view down and left, tracing the approximate distance and direction from where I remembered turning off all those years ago. It felt like trying to rebuild a crime scene from a dream. At first, all I saw were the obvious paths, the main connectors between small towns, the roads that had names and gas stations, and little satellite images of intersections with visible traffic lights. Then, at the edge of one of those tiles, I caught it. A line so faint I almost missed it. Not blue, not bold, not even the same shade of gray as the other minor roads. It was more like a pencil mark someone had not pressed hard enough with, unlabeled. It did not light up when I tapped near it the way the official routes did. It started from a county road, wandered east for a while through empty terrain, then faded near another highway, without ever quite connecting to it on the map's terms. In my gut, something shifted. Recognition. The way it intersected the main road. The angle. The distance between that junction and the next town icon. It all lined up with the mental overlay I had been carrying for years. This was it. No faster by 20 minutes banner floated over it now. No cheerful suggestion. As far as the app was concerned, it was just there. A half-acknowledged path through nowhere. I zoomed in until the pixels began to show. The faint line held, thin and stubborn. My thumb hovered over it for a moment. Then I dropped a pin at the junction where it peeled off the main road and added it as a stop. The estimated total time for the trip barely changed. The app did not complain. It did not warn me that parts of my route might be unpaved or unlit. It did not highlight the segment in a different color. It just accepted that I wanted to go that way. I put the phone in its cradle, felt the weight of the handgun at my side, heard the dash cam chime softly as it confirmed recording, and thought very clearly, this is either the dumbest thing I have ever done, or the only way I am ever going to sleep again. 6.2. Daylight does not make it safer. The thing about going back in the daytime is that you tell yourself the light will fix it. That was the lie I leaned on as I left the interstate and took the smaller roads west. It'll look different in the sun. Smaller. You'll see the cracks in it. You'll see how your brain made it worse than it was. For a while, it worked. The sun was brutal. That particular desert brightness that does not feel like light so much as pressure. The sky was a clean, punishing blue with no clouds to break it. The land was all openness and glare. Waist-high scrub, patches of sand, distant low hills simmering in heat haze. On the way out, I passed reasonable things. A cluster of houses with pickup trucks parked out front. A feed store with a hand-painted sign. A faded billboard for some family restaurant 90 miles away. The smiling faces on it bleached pale by a decade of UV. A gas station that looked like every other gas station in the region. Sun-cracked canopy. Pumps standing like tired soldiers. Soda logos peeling off the windows. The further west I went, the thinner all that got. Houses disappeared. Then the power lines started to stretch farther apart. The shoulder narrowed, then almost vanished. The road surface itself changed, from the newer, dark asphalt of the main routes to an older, sun-grayed blacktop that had lost its sheen a long time ago. By the time I hit the junction, where I had dropped the pin on my map, the landscape was already starting to feel too big. The turnoff was exactly as unremarkable as I remembered. No massive sign, no big green highway marker, just a small, square metal placard on a rusting post with a faded county route number, half shot up by someone's bored afternoon with a rifle. The paint on the arrow, pointing down the smaller road, was chipped almost to nothing. If you did not already know it was there, you could miss it in a blink. I put my blinker on anyway, as if I expected anyone to be behind me to care, and turned. The difference was immediate. The main road had at least tried to look modern. This one did not bother. The asphalt was narrower, so narrow that if a big truck came the other way, we would both have to put tires in the dirt to pass. The center line that had once divided the lanes was still there in theory, a ghost of yellow. But in most places, it had faded to a suggestion, little flecks of pigment clinging to cracks. The surface had been patched in places, but not well. Long rectangular scars of darker tar crossed the lanes at odd angles, like someone had just poured and smoothed by hand. Other spots had spiderweb patterns of cracked pavement, where heat and time had done their work, and nobody had bothered to do anything about it. The truck felt it. Every bump came up through the steering wheel into my hands. The engine's note changed subtly, working a little harder against the drag of rougher road. Gravel popped under the tires now and then, bits of rock that had broken loose from the edges and never been swept back. The dash cam hummed along, silent but present, its little indicator light on. The rear camera's LED blinked in the reflection of the rear window. On the phone screen in its mount, my route line had changed. The bright blue now twisted down the faint track I had chosen. I watched the world with two sets of eyes. In front of me, the daytime desert. On either side of the road, the ground dipped and rose in subtle ways. Shallow depressions, little basins carved by old flash floods, gully mouths disguised under carpets of scrub. I noticed, with a kind of clinical detachment, how many of those low spots were just deep enough to hide a vehicle from the view of someone driving past, or a handful of people lying flat, waiting. This was not the clean, flat emptiness the night had suggested. There were pockets everywhere, blind spots. Every so often, a pair of old tire tracks cut off the main road and vanished into the dirt. Not official turnoffs, just places where someone had decided to leave the asphalt and go their own way. Some led toward the low hills in the distance. Others ended in small, circular scars where someone had probably turned around and come back. I did not let the truck follow any of them. The soundscape was different, but not better. The windows were up, AC on. The fans pushed hot air that the system worked too hard to cool. The vents made a low, constant hiss. Underneath that, the engine's steady growl, a little deeper than it had been on the smoother roads. Every time a pebble flipped up under the chassis, it made a sharp tink against metal. Random at first, then, after a while, almost rhythmic. A backbeat to the drive. When I shut the radio off earlier, I had told myself it was because I wanted to focus. The truth was, I did not want anything masking the sounds that actually belonged out here. About 10 minutes into the shortcut, I eased off the gas and let the truck coast to a stop on a straight stretch. Dust puffed up in the rear view as I braked, a faint tan cloud that drifted away on the hot wind. When I shifted into park and turned the key, the engine's rumble died with a shudder. The silence that rushed in felt too thin. I cracked the driver's door and stepped down, boots crunching on loose gravel. The heat hit me like opening an oven, a dry, all-over pressure that made my skin feel too tight. I walked a few steps out into the lane and just stood there, listening. You expect a certain soundtrack in the desert during the day. Wind, obviously. Insects. Maybe the distant call of a bird. The little background chirps and clicks that say, life is here, even if you cannot see it. Out here, there was almost none of that. The wind was there, but it was not the playful kind that flutters your shirt and brings smells with it. It was a high, dry push, moving air for the sake of moving it. It came in gusts that made the fine dust on the road lift and skitter, then fell away to nothing. No birds, no buzz of flies or bees, no grasshoppers clicking past your ankles. Just the faint ticking of my engine cooling under the hood and the sound of my own breathing, a little too loud in my ears. I turned slowly, scanning the landscape. To my left, the ground sloped gently down into a shallow basin. Tufts of scrub dotted it, all in the same washed-out green. The shadows they cast were thin and mean, barely thick enough to hide a rabbit, let alone anything bigger. To my right, a line of old wooden poles marched off into the distance, carrying a sagging cable, phone line maybe, or something else nobody bothered to bury out here. One of the poles had a length of metal loosely wired to it, a makeshift brace or a repair piece. As I listened, the wind shifted and that metal piece moved, just a little. Clack. The noise carried much farther than it had any right to. A hollow, resonant sound. Not loud, but sharp enough to carve through the emptiness. A second gust. The metal swung again. Clack. Clack. It was slow, irregular, like someone tapping out a lazy heartbeat on a pipe. I knew what it was. I could see it with my own eyes, the jury-rigged brace knocking against the pole. But the sound still hit something in me that did not care about the explanation. It sounded too much like someone hitting metal in the distance to get your attention. A signal, not an accident. I stood there for another minute, straining to pick up some other sign of life. Nothing. No rustle in the scrub besides what the wind made. No flash of movement. My truck clicked as it cooled. A drop of something, condensation from the AC, fell to the asphalt under the frame and darkened a dime-sized spot, then evaporated almost immediately. My skin prickled. Daylight did not make this stretch of road feel safer. It made it feel exposed. Like being in a field with a sniper somewhere, not in a dark alley where at least you know which way to run. Back in the cab, I shut the door and rolled the window all the way up, listening to the seals close with a soft, rubbery sigh. The AC fan whirred as the system rebooted, then started pushing cool air again. The dash cam's little chime let me know it had resumed recording after the power interruption. I looked at my phone. The offline map app I had loaded as backup was open, using GPS alone. No need for a signal out here, as long as the satellites could see me. The nearest named road was clearly marked in bold. The county lines were neatly delineated. The little crease of blue that represented a dry wash showed up on the background tiles, complete with contour lines. My truck, though, the little blue dot that was supposed to show exactly where I was not quite where it should have been. On the screen, the faint gray line that represented the road ran cleanly between two terrain features. My blue dot hovered just below it, not by much. A few car widths maybe, but enough that, if you were being picky, you would say I was off the road entirely, parked in the scrub. I zoomed in. The map obeyed, magnifying the pixels, turning named features into labels. The gray line thickened a little, still drawn as ruler straight. The satellite background, cached from some overhead pass on some clear day, showed a pale streak where the real-world road cut through the desert. The streak and the drawn line overlapped nicely. My blue dot sat stubbornly off to the side, pulsing faintly. I waited for it to snap into place. GPS can be jittery. It jumps a little, then settles. 30 seconds went by. A full minute. The dot drifted half an inch in the wrong direction. From the app's point of view, whatever the satellites were seeing, whatever coordinates they were feeding it, I was not on a recognized road. I was close, but not on. A few meters in the wrong direction is nothing, technically. GPS has a margin of error. Everyone who has tried to use it in a dense city knows that. But out here, with no tall buildings to bounce signals, with clear sky horizon to horizon, the discrepancy felt like a verdict. I was physically driving on asphalt. The system thought I was on something else. I watched the dot blink for another long breath, feeling that old familiar pressure settle between my shoulder blades. Then I put the truck in drive, eased my foot back onto the gas, and let the road, whatever it actually was, pull me deeper in. 6.3, the car. In my rear view. This time, I did not stay parked long. Standing in the sun on that narrow strip of asphalt, listening to the loose piece of metal tap the pole, and staring at a blue dot that refused to line up with the drawn road, I felt something old crawl up my spine. Whatever false courage daylight had given me was starting to evaporate. I told myself I had seen enough. The road was real. The weirdness on the map was real. The silence was real. I did not need to keep driving until I hit the exact curve where the sedan had been. I did not need to go all the way in. I could leave. I got back into the cab, shut the door, and let the AC fight the heat again. The dash cam chimed once, happily logging my event. I shifted into gear, checked the mirrors out of habit, and executed a careful multi-point turn on the narrow lane. Front tires edging into the dirt, rear swiveling around until I was facing the way I had come. Heading back toward the main road felt better instantly. The angle of the sun changed, the shadows fell differently, and something deep in my chest loosened a notch. I was not out yet, not even close, but at least my nose was pointed towards something I understood. Thick lines on the map, traffic, cameras. I settled into a slow, cautious pace. No reason to pretend I was in a hurry. Out here, speed did not feel like safety. It felt like asking for an excuse to eat a patch of bad pavement and end up rolled in a ditch. The truck rolled over the patched asphalt with a steady rumble. Gravel spat occasionally from under the tires. The steering wheel hummed faintly in my hands. Behind me, the rear dash cam's little status light blinked green. It took a couple of miles before I noticed the other car. At first, it was just a shape in the rear view, a small dark smudge in the heat shimmer above the road. So far back, it could have been a trick of light. This was a two-lane that saw some use, obviously. It would have been more suspicious if I never saw another human being on it at all. Still, my eyes kept going back to that smudge. Gradually, as I drove, it resolved. A vehicle, dark-colored, low. Not a truck or an SUV, more like a sedan or a smaller crossover. As the distance closed a little, the reflection sharpened. Tinted windows, all of them. Not illegal dark, but close. The windshield looked like a black visor. The side glass was mirror dark. I told myself it was nothing. Someone else who lived out in these empty miles. Someone who knew the road, maybe taking it because it was genuinely faster if you grew up around here. A rancher, a field tech, a bored kid with more gas money than sense. Whoever they were, they had come onto the road after I had. They had caught up enough that I could see them now. End of story. Except the distance did not change. I watched the gap between us for the next 5 minutes, and it hung there, unnervingly precise. Far enough back that I could not make out the car's make or model clearly. Close enough that it never disappeared completely into the haze. If I sped up a little, the car behind me sped up a little. If I eased off the gas to take a damaged stretch slower, their shape in the mirror seemed to adjust in perfect sympathy, matched. The logical part of my brain supplied an answer. Coincidence. Out here, on a narrow road with one acceptable cruising speed, given the conditions, of course 2 drivers paying similar attention would end up pacing each other for a while. It was math, not malice. The rest of me thought about the Reddit DM. They know when you see them. I decided to test it. I pressed my foot down a little more firmly on the accelerator. The engine note rose, the truck picking up speed. The patched tar seams blurred under the hood. I watched the speedometer creep up 5 miles per hour, then 10 above what felt comfortable. In the mirror, the car behind me shrank by a fraction, as if I had finally shaken it. Then, almost immediately, it grew again. Not dramatically. No aggressive surge. Just an easy, fluid adjustment, as if the driver had lazily rolled their ankle to match my new pace. The gap returned to exactly where it had been. My jaw clenched. Fine. I eased off. Let the truck decelerate. Didn't touch the brake pedal. Just took my foot almost completely off the gas and let gravity and friction do their thing. The engine noise dropped. The rumble under the seat softened. Asphalt details that had been streaming by began to articulate themselves again. Individual cracks, bits of tire rubber, the occasional sun-bleached soda can on the shoulder. The car behind me obliged. Its outline in the mirror ballooned slightly as its momentum carried it closer. For a second, I thought it would close the distance properly, maybe pass me. Then its nose dipped fractionally. It lost speed to match mine, settling back into the same precise space it had chosen before. It was like we were connected by a rod of fixed length. I told myself, again, that this was not proof of anything. A careful driver giving me space. Someone bored enough to zone out and let my truck set the pace for both of us. And yet, the road curved gently to the right ahead, finally offering me more than a straight line view. As I followed the bend, the angle of the rear view changed just enough that the glare shifted off the other car's windshield. For a few seconds, I had a clearer look. The sedan, it was definitely a sedan, was dark. Maybe black, maybe deep blue that the sun had killed. Dust streaked its front bumper and hood the way it did mine. The headlights were off. The front plate holder was empty, which meant this car either was not supposed to have one or someone had chosen not to mount it. The back plate, which I could see as we came out of a bend and the sun hit it just right, was worse. A strip of gray tape ran cleanly across the center where the numbers should have been. Not peeling, not half-assed. A deliberate, careful band of dull silver that deadened all reflection. Just like the sedan, that had been sideways across both lanes the night I first learned to hate this road. I felt my pulse jump in my throat. "Turn around," the animal part of my brain said. "Find a wide spot, spin it, head the other way, or pull over. Stop. Let them pass. Get behind them instead of the other way around. Do anything but keep being the lead vehicle in this little two-car convoy." Except pulling over out here felt like curling up on the floor next to the bodies and asking them what came next, and turning around would mean driving back deeper in again before I could get myself facing out. Every yard farther from the main road, from I-40's big comfortless noise, tightened the coil in my gut. I stayed the course. A new sound joined the truck's steady chorus when I put my blinker on for no reason. The turn signal clicked loudly in the cab, its artificial tick-tick-tick trying to sound like an old relay, but clearly electronic. The dash lights flashed amber, reflected faintly in the windshield. For a few seconds, I let it blink, then shut it off and drifted back to the center of my lane, pretending I had reconsidered whichever non-existent turn I had been planning. In the mirror, the other car did nothing. No corresponding signals, no anticipation, just that same fixed distance. The road ahead began to change, infinitesimally at first. The gray, narrow strip widened by degrees. Small markers appeared at the roadside, white posts with reflectors hammered into the dirt at steady intervals. A sign announcing the upcoming junction with the main county road stood crookedly on a pair of rusted legs, bullet holes pocking its surface. I recognized that sign. I had seen it years ago, but in the opposite direction, passing it with the false relief of someone who thought the worst of the night's weirdness was already behind him. Now, seeing it in the sun, the paint flaking, the letters barely legible, I felt something like impatience and dread mixing in my chest. Almost there. Get to the main road. Get to the ramp. Merge back into the world, where if someone follows you, there are at least witnesses and dash cams at gas stations and traffic cameras on light poles. I kept my eyes flicking forward and backward. Road, mirror, side mirror, instruments, then back again. Every time I checked, the sedan was still there. Dark, unanimated, tidy strip of tape where its identity should be. A few minutes later, the junction came into view. There was no grand welcome, just the more maintained county road cleaving across my path, its surface slightly smoother, its lines slightly brighter. A sign with an arrow pointing toward the highway, the word East stenciled above the route number. I hit my blinker again, this time for real. Tick, tick, tick. The sound seemed louder than it had any right to be. I slowed more, checked both ways, nothing coming, because of course there was nothing coming, and made the turn cleanly. The truck rocked as it crossed the mismatch between old and newer asphalt, then settled into the broader lane. As soon as I completed the turn, I checked the mirror. The other car followed. It swung out from behind the curve of the smaller road, nose dipping as it braked for the junction, then rolling left, its front end pointing the same direction as mine. For a second, its shape grew larger in the glass as it drew closer to complete the maneuver. Then we were back in formation. Me in front, them behind. Same distance. The main road had more life to it. A ranch entrance gate passed on my right, metal arch over it with a name too rusted to read. A pair of utility trucks sat parked in a gravel turnout, empty. In the far distance, heat shimmers hinted at other vehicles moving along the horizon. The ramp for I-40 approached in that slow, optical illusion way they do when you are desperate to see them. First, a green sign with the usual interstate shield. Then another, closer, listing destinations. I forced myself to play it cool. Signaled early. Moved over gradually when the turn lane appeared. Let my speed bleed down to something reasonable for the curve of the on-ramp. The truck leaned slightly as I followed the spiral up and around. Concrete barriers lined the sides. Clumps of scrub and discarded trash gathered at their bases. Plastic bags, fast food cups, an old tire. For the first time since I had turned off onto the shortcut, I could not see the road behind me clearly. The curve blocked the view. I watched the nearest mirror anyway. The ramp was one lane. There was nowhere to duck off, no shoulder to hide on. The sedan would have to come behind me or commit to some insane maneuver over loose dirt that even a seasoned stunt driver would think twice about. I expected to see its nose appear as soon as my truck straightened a little. The on-ramp met the interstate with a new texture under the wheels. The sound changed. That peculiar, hollow, droning vibration you only get on big roads surfaced. Up ahead, far more comfortingly than it should have been, an 18-wheeler trundled along in the right lane, its trailer swaying gently. I glanced up, heart beating too fast, and checked the rear view. The lane behind me was empty, not. I lost sight of them in a dip. Empty, not. They hung back to give extra space on the ramp. Empty, empty. Bare concrete, guardrail, nothing. The curve I had just come around was visible in the distance. There were no other turnouts the sedan could have taken. No hidden driveways. No dirt tracks branching off the ramp. Out here, there was nowhere to tuck a car away quickly without leaving a trail of dust. There was no dust in the air. No sound of tires squealing. No echo of an engine braking hard. Just the steady rush of other vehicles on the interstate and the white noise of my own truck rejoining their flow. I looked again, blinking, half convinced I had simply missed it the first time. The mirror showed only the growing line of the concrete barrier receding behind me, and beyond that, the pale strip of the ramp curling back down toward a road that, according to the map, might as well not have existed at all. The sedan was gone, like it had never been there, or like it had left the way everything else out there seemed to leave when it was done with you. Not by taking an exit you could follow, but by stepping sideways off a strip of asphalt that did not quite belong to the same world as the one printed on official maps. 7.1. Living with the idea that I was chosen. The part nobody tells you about getting out of something like that is what comes after. Not the night itself. Not the adrenaline. Not the drive. Not the immediate, holy shit, I'm still alive, high. That burns off fast. What sticks is the long, slow realization that your life kept going in a direction it very easily might not have. You start replaying everything with that in mind. Every commute, every dumb meeting, every time you stand in line at a grocery store and stare at the gum rack. You catch yourself thinking, I am only here doing this incredibly boring thing because one night I didn't do the thing they expected me to do. For a long time, I tried to label myself as a near victim, a close call, a guy who almost got pulled into something. It did not fit. Victims are chosen for what happens to them. I was chosen for something else. The more years stacked up between me and that road, the clearer the shape of it became in my head. I was not attacked. Nobody reached my door. Nobody smashed my windows. The car behind me this last time did not ram me off the ramp. No one has shown up at my apartment. No weird unmarked vans outside my work. No anonymous notes under my windshield wiper. What I got feels different. I got noticed and measured, prodded like an animal at an auction, watched to see which way I would jump. If I am being honest, that idea scares me more than the thought of a straightforward ambush. I was auditioned is the line that keeps occurring to me. I just did not give them the reaction they wanted. Life between California and New Mexico has turned into its own loop. I do not run loads as often as I used to. But when I have to make that drive, my route planning is obsessive. I treat the shortcut like live ammunition. My fingers never even hover over alternative routes now. I stick to the fat blue lines, the ones with truck stops and cameras and way too many people. Still, sometimes it hits me. You are driving I-40 between Barstow and Albuquerque at 2 in the morning. The radio is playing the same 5 songs on rotation. Your headlights slide across reflectors and rumble strips and the occasional shredded tire. A semi in front of you drifts a little over the line and corrects. The night outside is just night. Familiar. Then you see it. A car pulled halfway onto the shoulder, tilted, hazard lights blinking anemic orange into the dark. There is nothing inherently wrong with that. People have flats. Engines die. Folks pull over to cry or answer texts or calm kids down. You know this. Your stomach still knots. You feel your foot tense on the gas, not on the brake. Your eyes flick hard to the mirror to see what is behind you, making sure you are not alone in this stretch. You scan the side of the road for unnatural shadows. You look for a trunk open when it should not be, for figures lying too still. You listen, actually listen, for something besides the engine and tires and faint hiss of the vents. Some small part of you expects the whole world to drop out again, for the night to go thin and flat, sound peeling away until there is nothing left. It never does. Not like that. Instead, this is what you get. The backup alarm of a delivery truck beeping steadily as it eases into a loading dock. The fried speaker crackle of a drive-through mic at a Burger King off an exit. The bored voice on the other end asking you for your order while the line behind you idles. The chirp of price scanners at a big box store when you stop to grab supplies on a run. Barcodes tripping the same sharp beep 10,000 times a day. In isolation, none of it is ominous. Taken together, though, it all starts to feel like a different flavor of white noise. The city's version of the desert's silence. A wall of meaningless sound that can, at any moment, fall away to reveal an emptiness underneath. Sometimes, standing at a counter, waiting for my receipt, that thought will slide sideways into my head. Here is noise. Noise is not safety. Noise is just the texture over the quiet. And beneath that, they let you keep hearing it. On the worst days, that line mutates. Not they let you live, but they let you walk away. Like leaving the stage when the casting director has decided you are not quite the right type for this part. The psychological math gets ugly fast if you let it. Why me? Why that night? Why did I get measured and dismissed when some anonymous cousin on an old forum, or some guy whose car ended up burned down to its frame, did not? The clean answer is chance. Wrong time, wrong place, wrong reaction. The dirty answer is harder to sit with. Maybe they like variety. Maybe the point is not catching everyone who comes down that road. Maybe the point is to have stories, to spread a low-level infection of dread through the people who leave. A system like that would need witnesses, People who have to live with this creeping suspicion that there is something out there organized enough to test you like that and then shrug and wave you back into your life if you do not play along right. People like me. When you think like that, it starts to leak into your interactions. At truck stops, in particular, something changed for me. If you have never spent time in one, they all blur together after a while. Fluorescent lights, cracked vinyl booths, coffee that tastes like the pot has not been really scrubbed since the 90s. The same laminated menus, the same pie slices under plastic domes, the same mix of people, long haulers with permanent raccoon eyes, couples on road trips, tired families, local cops orbiting the all-you-can-eat special. The conversations, when you are out there enough, have patterns. Sports, weather, schedules. But every so often, late enough at night, when the crowd has thinned and the only people left are wired on caffeine or too tired to drive, the talk shifts. That is when weird road stuff comes out. I have heard men in grease-stained caps and women in faded hoodies talk about lights that paste them in their side mirrors for 50 miles, always exactly 2 car lengths away. About hitchhikers who vanished when someone pulled into the next rest area. About screaming noises in the dark woods along certain stretches of highway. Most of it you can chalk up to overworked eyes and brains. Long hours, bad diets, isolation. People need meaning. They will build it out of anything. But once you have had your own night on a road that does not quite exist, when you try to show it to someone later, you listen harder. More than once, I have been sitting in a booth, pushing cold fries around my plate, when another driver started telling a story that hit too close to home. Out past the state line, one guy said, in a diner off I-40, stirring sugar into coffee that had already turned gray. Took some county road because the GPS said it had shaved 20 minutes. Biggest mistake of my life. Came around a bend, and there's this car sideways, across both lanes, stuff all over, like they'd rolled, but their car's not even dented. People in the road. Man, it was weird. He laughed then, short and hard, like he had just told a dirty joke. The other drivers at the counter chuckled along. One of them shook his head and said, "You've been watching too many horror channels, man." I heard myself ask, before I could stop it, "What did you do? Did you stop?" He glanced over at me, eyes slightly red, a lifetime of late drives etched into the lines around them. "Nah," he said. "Did what you're supposed to do, right? Kept moving. Called it in later. Whole thing gave me the creeps, though." "Did anyone ever find anything?" I asked. My voice sounded calm to my own ears, like I was just making small talk. He smirked. "State boys said they didn't see squat," he said, then rolled his eyes. "Big surprise." Something in the way he said it made the hairs on my arms stand up, like a phrase he had worn smooth from repeating it to himself. I pushed a little more than manners required. "What did the people in the road look like?" I said. "Face down? Any blood? Hazard lights on?" For a second, too fast to actually capture, a shadow crossed his expression. A flicker, like someone shutting a door on a lit room. Then he smiled. It was a tired, lopsided thing. "I'm just messing with you, man," he said. "Long night. Coffee's getting to me. It was just regular rec stuff. EMTs, flashing lights, the whole nine. You know the drill." He turned back to his friends, shifted the subject with the ease of someone who had redirected a conversation like that before. Talked about scales and weigh stations, about some idiot in a minivan who had cut him off near Flagstaff. The others followed his lead, laughing at the right spots, letting the eerie story evaporate like it had never been there. But I had seen the way his hand tightened once on the mug when I asked about hazard lights. Another time, on a different route, I was washing my hands in a rest area bathroom when two guys at the sinks were swapping creepy stories while splashing water on their faces. One time, coming up from California, I swear to God, there were people just lying in the middle of this little county road. One of them said, shaking water off his hands, like they wanted to get hit. His buddy snorted. "What did you do? Run him over." "Funny," the first one said. I went around him. Whole thing fell off. Grass on the sides was moving too, like there were more of them hiding. I still think about that sometimes. I met his eyes in the mirror. For a heartbeat, we just looked at each other. There was something like recognition there, or maybe I was projecting. "You serious?" I asked. He grinned. It was too quick. "Nah," he said. "Just messing with the new guy. You know how it is. Gotta keep the rookies scared of the dark." The other man laughed and shoved him on the shoulder. The moment broke. The bathroom filled back up with the normal sounds of running faucets, paper towel dispensers ripping. Maybe they were all messing around. Maybe truck stop culture has its own game of who can tell the freakiest lie with a straight face. It would not surprise me. People get bored. Fear is cheap entertainment. But there is another possibility I cannot quite shake. That some of them have seen the same setup I did. The car, the trunk, the bodies, and learned the hard way that talking about it too plainly gets you questions you do not want to answer. That they have recognized in me something that looks too much like their own damage and decided in that split second of instinct to slam the door shut. Tell the story with a laugh. Say, "I'm just messing with you," as quickly as possible. It's not that their details line up perfectly. Most of the time, they do not. Little things are off. Time of night, exact description, where it happened. Enough that, if you wanted to reassure yourself, you could say, "Different thing, different road," but the rhythm is there under the surface. That same weird accident, same dead silence, same sense that someone else is watching your reaction, and the same backpedal when you push too hard. Living with that has done something I do not like admitting out loud. I have stopped thinking of myself as a guy who got away from a dangerous situation. That line still works for strangers, for police reports, if I ever bother making another one, for relatives at Thanksgiving who ask, "You still driving those crazy routes, huh?" Inside, though, it feels more like this. I was brought to a line. I was watched. I made a choice they did not find useful at that moment. They let me go. The randomness of that, or the lack of randomness, is its own kind of horror. Not loud, not bloody, not cinematic. Just an ongoing awareness that somewhere out there on a piece of dirty blacktop the GPS pretends not to see, there is a process. It has criteria I do not understand. It has patience. And one night, years ago, it looked at me, decided not this one, and turned its attention back to the people behind me. 7.2, the last drive home. Before I wrote this, the night that finally pushed me into writing this down did not happen on a desert road or under a sky full of stars. It was not cinematic. There were no endless horizons, no stretches of nothing. It was a Tuesday. I had stayed late at the office, the way people do when quarters are closing and someone up the chain wants numbers to look a little cleaner than they actually are. The building emptied out around 8. By 10, it was just me, a janitor with headphones in, and the glow of too many monitors. When I finally shut my computer down, the screen went black and my reflection stared back at me for half a second, pale and tired in the glass. I grabbed my things, flicked off the desk lamp I probably should not have had according to fire code, and walked out into the hallway. Office buildings feel different after hours. The carpet absorbs footsteps too well. The motion sensor lights in the halls delay half a second when you walk past, leaving your brain enough time to wonder if this is the moment they decide not to come on. The vending machine hums louder than it does at noon. The soda bottles inside gleam faintly, like they are underwater. In the lobby, the security guard lifted a hand from behind his desk as I passed. The air out in the parking lot was cool and thin, the city's light pollution turning the clouds a dull orange-gray. My truck waited in its usual spot under a sickly yellow street lamp. A few other cars were scattered around, belonging to people like me who had not yet figured out how to say no to just one more thing. The drive from the office to my apartment is not dramatic. It is 15-20 minutes tops if the lights cooperate. Industrial Park to Frontage Road to a wider street lined with chain restaurants and big box stores, then a gradual bleed into residential streets with narrower lanes and more trees. That night, traffic was light. It was just before 11, the sweet spot, where most people who had gone out to eat were already home, and the pub crowd had not yet decided to go stumble into the streets. The lights cycled through their patterns with no competition. I turned the radio on out of habit, not because I wanted to listen to anything. A late-night talk segment was droning on about something forgettable, celebrity gossip maybe, or some sports trade. The host's voice was smooth and practiced, filling the cab with harmless chatter. Inside the truck, the soft whir of the AC, the rumble of the engine, the occasional rattle from something in the door pocket. Outside, the city's version of quiet. A distant siren somewhere far off, the low roar of the interstate a few blocks away. Constant and almost soothing if you did not think about what it was made of. I took my usual route, past the closed tire shop with its metal grates pulled down over the bays, past the all-night gas station where the fluorescent lights washed everything to the same sick shade of blue-white, past a row of dark storefronts with for lease signs in their windows, their interiors lit only by the red dots of burglar alarms. The further I got from the main drag, the dimmer things became. On the residential stretch leading toward my complex, the street lights changed from harsh white to a warmer yellow. They were spaced farther apart too, which meant each one carved out its own little circle of visibility with long shadows in between. Houses sat back from the curb, their porches quiet, most of their windows dark. Here and there, a TV flickered behind curtains. It was on one of those blocks that I saw the sedan. It was parked on the opposite side of the street, half up on the curb, nose pointed the same direction I was going. Old body style, maybe late 90s or early 2000s. Paint dulled to a kind of generic dark color. The kind of car you stop noticing after your brain files it under background. If not for the lights, I might have just registered it as car and kept moving. The hazard lights were on, not blinking fast like they do when a relay is going bad. Not weak like a dying battery, just steady. On, off, on, off. A soft amber pulse that lit up the back of the car and the pavement immediately behind it. It was the most ordinary thing in the world. A car with hazards on at the side of a city street. I have seen it 100 times. 1,000. My hands tightened around the wheel anyway. The radio host kept talking about nothing. His cadence did not change. A commercial jingle started up under his voice, too loud and too cheerful. I turned the volume down until all I could hear was the faint murmur of speech and the ticking of my own turn signal as I readied myself to make a right a block or two down. The truck's indicator clicked loudly in the cab, in rhythm with the hazard lights ahead. For a moment, as my truck rolled forward and the angle lined up just so, the blinking amber washed straight across my windshield. Light flooded the glass, edges soft, syncopated with my own signal. On, off, on, off. The reflection turned the interior of the cab into a ghostly theater. My hands on the wheel, knuckles pale. The faint outlines of the dash, the small green eye of the dash cam staring forward. Scaled down, I remember thinking. Like someone had taken that night on the shortcut and shrunk it to fit into a suburban street. The sedan's trunk was closed, which helped. There were no clothes in the road. Nobody lying face down. This was not that. I told myself that so firmly my jaw hurt, but one of the rear doors, the one on the street side, was open a few inches, not flung wide, not obviously swung out in a hurry, just not latched. The interior dome light was on inside, illuminating nothing I could see from my angle. No silhouettes, no movement. Tick, tick, tick. Hazard. Turn signal. The two rhythms tangled with each other. For a second, they synced up perfectly, then drifted out of phase, so one flashed as the other fell dark. The sound of the relay under my own dash blended with the faint mechanical click from the other car. I could hear it, barely, as I drew level, a high little talk that did not match mine. The air between the vehicles felt tighter. I drove past at a normal speed. Not slow enough to look like I was rubbernecking, not fast enough to be suspicious. Eyes forward, like a good citizen, like someone who knows that people with real problems do not need you gawking at them on the side of the road. Out of the corner of my eye, the open door stayed exactly as it was. No one stepped out. No hand appeared. No face turned toward me. And then I saw it. On the median, a few yards behind the sedan, something lay in the flat strip of concrete that separated the two directions of traffic. The median in that stretch is narrow. Not some big grassy divider, just a raised curb and a concrete pad a foot or two wide. Whatever it was sat right on that pad, half in the halo of the sedan's flashing hazard light, half in shadow. It was dark, shapeless, low to the ground. Your brain goes for the most benign thing first in a city. Trash bag that fell off a bin, pile of leaves, old hoodie someone dropped, or not. In that fraction of a second, as my headlight swung past, the shape resolved just enough to make my skin crawl. It could have been a wad of black garbage bag, folded over on itself with loose flaps. It could have been a jacket, arms twisted underneath. It could have been something else entirely. I did not get a clear look. I did not slow down to get one. My fingers dug harder into the wheel until I felt the plastic edges pressing into the pads of my palms. The radio host's voice turned into underwater noise. I focused on the next patch of the road ahead, like there was nothing else in the world to see. The impulse to check my mirror was strong enough that it made my neck ache. I did not. I kept my eyes locked on the lanes in front of me, on the approaching intersection where I needed to turn right. My turn signal ticked on, still in that same relentless rhythm. The hazard blink behind me painted the inside of the cab amber for a split second longer, then faded as the sedan dropped out of my peripheral vision. The glow on the median, whatever was sitting there, vanished with it. I made the turn into my neighborhood too fast, tires complaining softly as they rolled over the painted lines. The houses here were smaller, closer together. The streetlights cast gentler pools of light. A sprinkler system kicked on somewhere, hissing over a lawn. Somebody's dog barked once, sharp and indignant, then quieted. Inside the truck, my heart hammered loud enough that it had become part of the soundscape. I could feel it in my throat, in my ears. I drove the last few blocks to my apartment on autopilot, parked in my usual spot, killed the engine, sat there in the cooling silence as the AC fan wound down. The dash cam's little light winked off. For a moment, I considered getting back out on the main road, circling the block, coming past the sedan again from the other direction, window down, eyes wide, maybe even phone in hand, ready to dial 911. That was what a decent person would do, right? At the very least, call from where I was. Say, there is a car at this intersection with its hazards on and a door open. Maybe send a unit to check on them. I didn't do either of those things. I went upstairs. In the kitchen, I flicked the light on and filled a glass with water. The tap hissed. The fridge whispered. The apartment sounded exactly like it always did at that hour. I stood at the counter, glass in hand, seeing the pulse of that hazard light reflected in my windshield over and over again, seeing the dark shape on the median and the way my brain had scrambled to file it under something harmless. Trash. Jacket. Not a body. Not someone lying where they should not be lying. Eventually, I set the glass down. I turned off the kitchen light, walked to the small table where my laptop sat, and opened it. The screen lit up, washing the room in cool white. The fan whirred to life. Notifications started popping up in the corner. Emails, calendar reminders, an algorithm-generated suggestion to watch some video about highway safety. I ignored them. I opened a blank document instead. The cursor blinked at the top of the page, an impatient little metronome. I typed the first sentence without really thinking. I'm not sending this to the police. I'm sending it to you. Then I kept going. Not because I believed that a horror channel on the internet could fix anything about that road, or the people who use it, or the way they seem to know when someone has seen too much, but because I had driven past too many blinking lights, in the desert, in the city, in my own rear view, and kept both hands on the wheel instead of reaching for the brake. At some point, you either stop looking away, or the hazard lights live in your head for good. 7.3, the ending you get, not the one you want. If you were hoping this was the part where I tell you who they are, you are going to be disappointed. There is no late-night news segment you missed, no sealed indictment, no press conference with a sheriff standing behind a podium full of microphones saying, "We've broken up a sophisticated robbery ring operating on rural highways." If that exists, nobody has shown it to me. What I have is a memory, a handful of patterns, and the fact that I am still here to talk about them. That is the whole case file. Right now, wherever you are listening to this, I want you to take a second and notice the sounds around you. Maybe you are in a bedroom, in an apartment building, lying on your back, phone screen propped up on your chest. There is a soft hum from the AC unit in the wall, cycling on and off. The fridge in the other room kicks its compressor on with a low, steady growl. Someone upstairs walks from one end of their place to the other. Floorboards creak, pipes knock once, twice. Maybe you are in a small house in a quiet suburb. blinds half closed. Out front, the occasional car rolls past, tires whispering against asphalt, headlights sliding across your ceiling in a slow, pale sweep. A dog down the street barks twice and stops. The digital clock by your bed makes a tiny plasticky tick every time its numbers change, so faint you only hear it when everything else goes still. Maybe you are in the cab of your car or truck, parked for the night at a rest area or along some city street. Engine off, seat reclined, phone plugged into a charger that makes a barely audible buzz. Outside the glass, sodium yellow or LED white streetlights throw harsh circles onto pavement, leaving pockets of shadow between them. Air moves through a vent somewhere, the sound like someone breathing just out of sight. All of that, the hum, the whir, the distant traffic, the appliances switching on and off, is the kind of sound that convinces you the world is working the way it should. It is a blanket over something you do not think about until it is gone. On that road between California and New Mexico, for a few seconds, it was gone. No engine, no radio, no insects, no birds, no other vehicles. Just my own heartbeat and the faint click of a hazard relay somewhere I could not see. That is the part my brain will not let go of. Not the bodies in the road, the not bodies. Not the people standing up out of the grass. Not the car that seemed to appear and vanish on command years later. The silence. The way the world stepped aside so something else could slip in. I cannot prove that what I drove through is still out there. I cannot prove it is not. I can tell you that maps are not the whole story. That there are roads you will not find on the printed atlas in a truck stop rack or in the glossy fold-out your parents keep in the glove compartment just in case. There are stretches of blacktop that only show up as faint gray lines when you zoom in far enough, with no road name tagged to them, no travel time estimate, nothing. Some of those places are just forgotten. Budget cuts and bad planning and indifference. Some of them feel like something else. On one of those, years ago, I did not stop. I watched two people get up off the asphalt like they had only been pretending to be hurt. I watched more shapes rise out of the grass. I watched hazard lights ignite only after I was past them, like a curtain call. Whatever was behind that display learned something about me that night, about how far my instinct to help stretches when something in my bones is screaming no. Call that cowardice. Call it survival. Call it a coin toss I got lucky on. The thing that keeps me up is not just that I drove away. It is that I was allowed to. Because if there is a pattern, and I think there is, it is not one of clumsy criminals messing up the same fake accident over and over. It is flexible. It moves counties and states and years. It adjusts. It refines. It knows exactly how to look just wrong enough to catch the people it wants. And it needs someone like me to leave and talk about it in places like this. I am not giving you a monster with a name. I am not giving you coordinates and saying, if you avoid this exact spot, you will be safe. That would be a lie, and an obvious one. What I am giving you is a story about a kind of scene you have already seen pieces of in your own life. Not on a nameless shortcut, maybe, but in the edges of your commute. The shoulder you pass every morning where a car is parked half crooked for a week. The poorly lit ramp where someone always seems to be waving for help. The underpass where sometimes it looks like something is just lying there. At some point, maybe not tonight, maybe next month, you will be driving home and see hazard lights blinking up ahead. You will recognize it even before your brain finishes forming the thought. That slow, even orange flash. That little bubble of distortions in the night air where heat and light mix. Maybe you are on a freeway. Maybe you are cutting through a neighborhood. Maybe it is a rural highway that is just empty enough to feel wrong. It will not look like a horror movie set. It will be one car, pulled off just enough to be courteous, or angled just enough into the lane to make you change yours. The trunk might be open. There might be a scattering of objects nearby. A plastic bag, a piece of luggage, a shoe. There might be a figure standing at the rear bumper, or kneeling by a tire, or lying very still just beyond the spill of light. Or it will be like that sedan I saw in the city. Door open a crack, interior light on, hazard lights ticking away, with no one visible inside, and something on the center median that could be trash, could be clothing, could be something you do not want to find out about. In that moment, a whole lot of different voices are going to wake up in your head at once. The decent one, the one that says you would want someone to stop if it were you. The practical one that reminds you have a phone, that 911 exists for a reason. The scared one that whispers, "This feels wrong." The cynical one that says, "You're overreacting. Not everything is a setup." I am not here to referee that fight. I am not going to tell you, always be a good person and stop. I am not going to tell you, never stop, it is always a trap. Because the truth is, I do not know what will be waiting for you specifically. Maybe it is someone who genuinely needs help. Maybe it is a drunk who drifted over the line. Maybe it is a couple having the worst argument of their lives. Maybe it is a bored kid changing a tire. Maybe it is nothing. And maybe it is something like what I saw. Maybe there is a road not quite on the map, or a stretch of ordinary road that does not behave ordinarily after midnight, and someone has arranged things just so to see what you will do when the hazard lights hit your windshield and turn your whole world amber for 3 seconds. People like neat endings. They want the FBI raid. They want the underground bunker full of stolen cars. They want me to say I went back a third time with a badge and a squad behind me and found a concrete pit full of bones and dash cams. They want justice, or at least closure, wrapped up at the 70-minute mark before the algorithm suggests the next video. You are not going to get that from me. What you get is this. There are places you drive through that remember you. They remember whether you braked or not, whether you opened your door, whether you picked up the phone, whether your eyes lingered in the mirror a little too long on a car that should not have been there. There are people, if they are people, who build perfect little stage plays on the side of roads and in the gaps between cell towers just to see which version of you shows up that night. Some of the people who drive into that theater do not drive out. You do not hear their stories because they do not get to record anything. Not on paper, not on a channel like this, not even as a half-remembered post on a forgotten forum. All you get are the ones like mine. The ones where someone walked up to the edge, made a choice, and was allowed to keep going. So here is where I leave you. I cannot tell you what to do when you see hazard lights blinking on an empty stretch of road at 11 at night, or 2 in the morning, or 4:30 just before dawn. I do not know your life, your training, your conscience, your luck. I cannot tell you what to do when you see that. I just wanted there to be a record somewhere that on a nameless road between California and New Mexico, one night I did not stop. And something out there learned that not everyone will play along.